Okay, how's everyone doing? Good to see all of you. Good to be back. I'm still a bit off. It's so weird throwing my body clock out of whack like that. But yeah. It's a me. Hello. Um I had a thought I was gonna share. It eluded me already. Forgive me being scatterbrained. I clearly need to drink some more advanced. Use code QUAG for 10% off. Shameless plug. Hey, Swin, thank you so much for the 19 months. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. And as for everyone else, how you doing? Jester, Loading Screen Boss, Roddy, Archimedes Shadow, David Bowling, Shay, and Assorted Lurkers. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Um, so for anyone who might have missed it, Tuesday into Wednesday, I did that long-awaited 24-hour stream. Um, and it was a good time. We did some Wonderlands, then we did some Hades, did some Jackbox, then we did some more Hades, then some Risk of Rain 2, and then some Devil May Cry 5, and then finished it off with some Borderlands 3. It was a very good time. I still gotta figure out exactly what I'm gonna do about it. It's not on the VODs channel yet. I might like hire an editor, as I mentioned a couple times. It's a decision I'm toying around with. Either way, it'll be a little bit before VOD of the 24 is available anywhere, really, because I gotta figure out what to do with it. Also, my stream disconnected halfway through for about 30 seconds, so I'm pretty sure I'll have to split it to 2 uploads, which, you know, kind of lends it to the editor side a little more. I gotta figure that out. Hey, Ben Brookie, here to be educated. Ooh, you picked a good day. We're gonna do some science today. Brendan, how you doing? Rune, good to see you. Urban Mech, hope you're well. Soggy Briskets, welcome, welcome. So, for Wonderlands today, I wanted to mess around with Blightgeist, which is the, turn that down a little bit. The Blight Grave multi-class. I just said my full name instead of David. Did I do something wrong? Is he mad at me? Am I being disrespectful? What did I do? My brain no work. My brain no worky. Mr. Bowling. See, now you sound like you're in trouble. I want to mess around with Blightgeist, because that's a multi-class that on the surface sounds like it'd be great, but in practice, it's like, where's the damage though? But, good old Band-Aid solution for that one. So I'm pretty much just trying out different gear and different, delivery methods for the damage that we've unearthed. You'll see what I mean in a moment. Is it Pixies? No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. It's good old selective amnesia. So, one of my favorite combos that I haven't used since early in Wonderland's life, Reaper of Bones selective amnesia. Tried and true. You turn it on, and it does the thing. Now we've got some interesting tech on top of that. You might notice we've got Restore the Veil, which makes it so the bonus element from Reaper of Bones, when that deals damage, any dark magic healing we get from that will go to our wards instead of our health. We've got Amped Up, which means when we apply lightning status effects with 6 out of 3 points, we get up to 9% of our wards back per second. And then we've got 5 out of 3 Wraithmail, which is 35% of our wards back on every kill. With those things combined, we can actually keep our ward at full with Amnesia on, with Reaper constantly inflicting Amnesia on us. It'll just go down very briefly, and then go back to full. And we can take advantage of that in a few fun ways. For example, a triple brimming shield is interesting, because you get 15% of your health back per second with triple brimming, right? But your wards have to be full. I've also got a Fortifying Sigil here. So something you could do, and this will be without amped up. I'm gonna wait for this to, Okay, so you can see Reaper's going. I'm losing a little bit of shields, I'm losing decent amount of health. Fortifying Sigil, Sanguine Sacrament, I'm at full. And with the heal from Fortifying Sigil plus Sanguine Sacrament plus that, I can keep Reaper going for a while. It's pretty low stress. So we're gonna let that play out for a minute. Okay, so Dread Covenant kicked in, saved me for a little bit. That's Reaper. Hey Dex, how you doing? Pragmatic, hope you're well. Kirk, good to see you. Restart my browser real quick, you know? Computer's choppy right now. Okay, so now we're gonna go in with Are you prepared? Oh, Gamescom featured leaving today. Sad. I have to get a bunch of runs of this in. And you're gonna see not only how fast I run around with amped up, but also how my wards just kind of stay full. That's pretty good. We're gonna let this burn catch up to end Reaper. So we get a fresh one. Hey Grasshopper, how you doing? How am I? I'm doing good, Dex. I'm doing good. I need to wake up properly. But yeah. See that sigil again? Fortifying Sigil. I'm doing Elite Room. Give us Obelisk run, please. And yes, I'm using a fish. So I'm still not quite sure if I would classify this as like a dot build or not, because Spirit Swarm is definitely doing a lot here. Enough to make it qualify as a dot build. But I think really damage build is an accurate label, because there's some cursed stuff I need to fully investigate. Like for example, did you know that, like all other bonus elements, Reaper Bones applies to the Void Money, so you can bonk into the Maker? Now, if you can see where that one's going, then you get a cookie. We do bark? Yeah, we'll do bark. Make this build like as soon as it's done with work. I'm still working on it, Pragmatic, but I really like the concepts at play here. I wanted to do amped up Amnesia stuff, so it's cool to be doing that. Hey, Cheeky. I'm mostly well rested. I'm just kind of tired regardless. Persistent health stuff was not necessarily assisted by the 24, but I'm still glad I did it, and I'm so grateful to everyone who showed up and supported. We also got to say hi to a lot of friends on Twitch who normally our streams don't cross, so to speak. But it was great to get all that love. We had D2H raid, Tweety raid, K6 raid, lots and lots and lots of other people. It was just a good time. Across the streams, I was asleep. Cats were very needy, as you predicted, Rabbit. Other than that, good. Fish doing on the setup, poison dots. Remember, Spirit Swarm gains a percentage of its duration back every time you apply a dot. It is guaranteed poison dots. I also have a Shark Lesson ring on, which is amusing. Alright, we'll actually pop Reaper here. And the melee weapon's a slot that I still haven't quite figured out here. Other things I was thinking about, pickaxe for more movement speed for Amnesia, but also for cooldown. Use Frostbite too. I'm guessing you want the Caustic hilt. I'm not running Caustic right now. And no, Frostbite is just kind of, the dot from it is pretty terrible, as is the damage from the weapon itself. The poison dot from Salmon is just gonna be harder hitting than the Frostbite one would be. In any use case I've pursued so far with the Frostbite, it's just not good. Now, there might be other uses, like ground slamming with it for guaranteed fire dots in an area. Sounds like a decent shout. Level 1 Frostbite the other day, Cursed Vendor slot 2. Ooh, that'd be really fun for playthroughs, though. Like, that could probably set you up for a good while, honestly. How you doing, Jaybridge? So currently the fish I have happens to have Warrior. I probably end up wanting Echo. I probably want Echo here. Because the Barba load hitting so many other targets. Working mostly recovered from 24-hour yet? Mostly. Run earlier gunfire damage cap is 10 mil. Hit it with a total damage in the run 1.2 billion. Shit's busted. It's fun. You missed. How'd you do that? Hey Avi, how you doing? Good to see you. How am I? I am okay. Did I sleep? I did. I did. Right after I ended stream, I got like 5 hours, and then I hung out for a bit, and then I managed to grab like another 2, and then I ended up falling asleep early for the night. And I slept mostly through the night. So I've caught up in terms of hours of sleep. It's just, I've still got a little bit of brain fog, you know? But I'm mostly good. Hey Kitty, good to see you. How are you? Wasn't able to stay for the full 24. How did it go? It went well. It went well. We got through it. Only once did I start getting like tired, and at that point I just grabbed more advanced and I was good. I'd a lot of fun just bouncing between games. Like, it was a really good time. We had some community involvement. We did some Jackbox with obviously some of you guys. Did some Risk of Rain 2 with the boys as well. It was fun. It was a good time. Ultimate question, was it worth it? I think so. It's something I wanted to cross off my streamer bucket list, as it were. And it's something I did want to prove to myself that I could do. So yeah, I think it was worth it. Missed a Jackbox session. One way or another, the VOD will be available. I haven't uploaded it to the archive channel yet because I'm deciding whether I want to instead have it edited and uploaded to the main channel. I'll be figuring that out over the next few weeks. I don't think I could ever do 24 or even a 12. I get massive camera anxiety after 2 hours. I didn't stream with a cam at all until probably 4 months into me streaming. 4 months. And when I first started out, I was doing 2-hour streams, and then eventually I started doing 3-hour streams, and I finally settled on 4.5 as like my normal length after many months. But only infrequently do I do anything longer than that. And you never have to do something like a 24. It's just something that some people, you know, did, and then it sort of became one of those normalized things, like how subathons and, you know, charity streams, which is another thing I want to cross off my list sometime soon. I've been doing some outreach with that, and got something cool coming to you guys soon, TM. Something you do again or once is good. Probably only a one-time thing for me. Probably a one-time thing. I'm sure I watched it a week-long stream. Yeah. Some people have done some crazy long subathons. New stuff coming today? Yeah, we've got Wonderland's Hotfix Day. Form 4 of Redmorn. New featured run. Whatever changes they stuff in, whatever events they stuff in. It's cool stuff. It's a good time. Like hot tub streams. Yeah, hot tub. I thought Jackbox was a trivia game. It's a pack of party games, and like there's a bunch of different kinds. There's some that are trivia related, but some aren't. Morning, Beaver. How you doing? It's the fish for me. So yeah, explaining the setup currently. None of this is set in stone. As I've said, this is a science stream, so I'm just kind of experimenting, seeing what works, what doesn't. But basically, the only set in stone bits of this are I absolutely want 6 out of 3 amped up. I absolutely want Restore the Veil, and I want Spirit Swarm. Everything else is like, could take it or leave it. And by everything, I really do mean everything. Even things that you would view as staples like Faithful Thralls. Think about the impact of Thralls here. I'm running an Amnesia, and my movement speed from it is 39.5. And then I have the 25 from Myth Rank. So let's round that. So I have 65% just from that. And then with 6 out of 3 amped up, that's another 72. I'm getting a lot of damage from Amnesia. That damage is in the same category as Faithful Thralls. So these 3 points aren't necessarily impactful. But the reason why they're still taken is because Essence Drain won't have full uptime because I don't have Grave Capstone. So I still take Thralls. We're taking Mortal Vessel here for the Dark Magic efficiency because we're using Dark Magic to fill our wards. Sanguine Sacrament, as usual, it's just a really good heal. That one is probably more in the Set in Stone category. Taking Hydras because we have Thralls. Taking Harvest because we have Hydras and because it's an extra instance of damage that could apply dots. Stain of the Soul, same thing. We don't care how much this does, we care that it can apply dots. And Dread Covenant is there to extend our Reaper if we need it. Like a 10 to 15 minute Obelisk Rush, that would be great. Yeah, this Gamescom feature that's going away. This is the closest we've had to Obelisk Rush. And it also gave us the fastest Maker runs we've ever had. Which is good stuff. Hitting gun crits enough for Geist in the Shell to be worth it. Not really, but this is impactful bossing pragmatic. So like against Gloop's weak spot, for example, or Bunny's weak spot, if it should come to that, but more often just against Gloop. Geist is just really good to have, because the Geist itself will go for the crit spot as well, so it will also crit. And then if that leaves a poison dot, enemy's just dead. So it's like, it's one of those things, what do I take instead? I could take Hex Machina, which would be actually a really nice DPS increase. Flawless Edge, you'd think because we're restoring wards so much, Flawless Edge would be a no-brainer, but I've been considering speccing out of it entirely because it's 6% all damage per point at max, but we already have Amnesia. So not only are we very rarely at 100% for this, of its effect, but it's also additive to big boosts we already have. So I was thinking about scrapping Flawless Edge for Hex Machina. Maybe a point in Geist to finish off Hex Machina. Worst Curse is cool, but we're not using a damage dealing spell, so that part doesn't matter to me. Frostbite is also cool, but we're not doing cryo damage, except if our Sharklescent rotates into that. So I have no way of applying it. Burn Offering is another thing that's cool, but again, I'm consistently applying it is kind of awkward. If I run a fire spell, I have an easier time with that. I haven't tested to see if Burn Offering triggers off Amnesia, actually. It looks like it does. Yeah, Burn Offering triggers off of that. So at least we do have that covered. Or is that... No, that's Whisper Rod, actually. No, that's the class feat. So I suppose this is where Amnesia being fire comes in. If you guys remember the Infernal Wish in BL3, it's one of those things that's fire that isn't fire. It's like fire with a pH. So yeah, Burn Offering isn't being triggered by that. So I guess the actual fire puddles dotting an enemy might, or I'd have to Shark Lesson. So that's another thing that I could just pull. Hey Assassin, hope you recovered. Mostly. Got a little bit of brain fog, and other than that I'm good. Worst Curse seems good for ability damage for Geist. Yeah, but the thing is, we just discussed how I don't really have many Geists out at any given time. It might be a thing to just slap 1 point in, because even only 9% ability damage for that is going to be nice, considering how little I have elsewhere. I just have whatever I have from 20 points in myth rank, 20%. So maybe a point in Worst Curse. I'm going to respec in a moment here. Running dot rings or gun rings? I'm currently running a dot ring and a Shark Lesson ring. Shark Lesson is extra spicy. It's to give that bonus element to that. More potential dot stuff. Amulet choices here are Barbalode or Theurge. Theurge gives me much better Reaper uptime. But Barbalode gives me multi-target. And huge damage. I could go Bolt Lash with Barbalode, and then I wouldn't have to use the Scalawag. I could just shoot the Livewire. Which I think I'm going to try that next. Barb does Bard things? It does. Modern triggers Burn Offering, don't have Brimming Shields, may run that? Yeah. I've been messing around with the Brimming tech because it's funny. Let me check something on Loot Lemon, actually. Might actually get more guys then with Livewire. Yeah. Let's roll melee weapons. Another thing I want to try out on this setup is actually Diamond Guard Sword. Now, I have an Ascended one somewhere, but I could just get another one. Another shield you could try for this, a Bad Egg with Brimming. Because Bad Egg gives you 20% movement speed just for having equipped. That's going to feed into your Amnesia. And it can roll a Brimming part, which will give you healing while it's full. So you wouldn't really ever be benefiting from the Bad Egg's Dark Magic bonus element, but you'd have healing to fight the Amnesia drain, and you'd have movement speed to fuel the Amnesia. Fire resistance and shield help with Amnesia dot. Should, but because of how fire works, it may or may not. Instinct is telling me that it does because Amnesia is less damaging to your shields than your flesh bar. So Instinct is telling me that it does. Not really familiar with anyone who learns legendaries. Yeah, this is a learning experience. I love it. Hey, happy to introduce you to the weirdness. Hey, Uncle Noble, how you doing? Yeah, definitely gonna respec in a moment here. Also, my hero points, I have no idea how I'm doing those. Currently, Constitution's max, Wisdom is maxed, and then I have the remainder in Intelligence. I'm also using Nerf by the Bunker Master right now, just because I want an opportunity to do so. Yeah, I don't really know. I guess max Wisdom for the Spirit Swarm. That's a no-brainer. Max Constitution is something I'm always a fan of, although I could maybe drop that to third priority because Amped Up and Wraith Mail and all that is percentage-based, so I don't need my pool to be big. Joker. Loosely. Thought the Amnesia was fake fire. Fire's just work on it. So, Amnesia is fire, but it isn't fire. It's fire in that it certainly seems to do less damage to your shields than your health. It is fire in that it is capable of applying stacks for Whisper of Rot, although that might just be it getting my Dark Magic bonus element and then applying that to me. I don't have Worst Curse, so we'll be able to test that in a moment, actually. But the answer is, it's sometimes fire. Now, Wonderlands Kaz Edition. Let's go, Tron. Welcome to the Wonderlands. You know, a pincushion might not be terrible in this setup. Don't get too excited, Dex. Don't get too excited. It's just speculation. There's a diamond card. Let's make some room, I guess. Oh yeah, I got this hatchet yesterday. I want an excuse to use that. Still haven't made that Curse of Malice build. Got the category edition off your feeling like the moment was available to buy, and I appreciate that. Seriously, that goes a long way. And slowly maxing the character sense. Yeah, taking it at your own pace is how you enjoy these games best, in my opinion. My professional opinion. Is that the dot on the pincushion? Like, that's actually just its dot? Better than I expected. Electric Ninja, how you doing? Crossbolts will fire off enemies from Barbalo. They're doing the same damage as the source they came from. I don't believe so, because then you would see them doing, like, blast gasps and double knots and stuff. It's either gun or unsourced, but in terms of how much damage you're dealing, it doesn't really matter because it's a double dip, so it's just gonna be crazy. Yeah, let's respec. Yeah, hotfix when? Hopefully, at some point. Okay, Reaper Bones. From here, we want to get to Restore the Veil. That's the next priority. So we got to spend 5 points for that. We could go 3 Geists, 2 Worst Curse. That gets us there. And then just go Toxicity, Burn Offering to get to Spirit Swarm. I kind of want an excuse to use Hex Machina, though there's not really much merit in doing so, the more I think about it. I'm gonna have Poison out, so Toxicity just does seem like the natural play. Frostbite sounds nice, but this is a great example of you do not need to get every single one of these element things on a Blightcaller build, and often you just can't benefit from some of them. Active Decay is pointless here because we have Whisper of Rot. Flawless Edge, again, is additive with Amnesia, so that's why I'm being hesitant. So I have the link? Yeah, I do. Thank you, Rune. Alright, 1 point to get to Swarm. 1 burn offering, I guess. Because that is, gun damage is something I have very little of. And cooldown is something I could decide to spec partially out of in my hero points if I have some here. Let's try that. Hex Machina, Red Hellion, all the pellets, all the fire rate. I'd be worried about my reload speed at that point. But, you know, Hex Machina would be good for taking 4 different Hellions with that and just rotating through them instead of reloading. Like, oh, this one's empty, let me switch, let me switch, let me switch. Red Hellion's something I could keep an eye out for this build, actually. We might hit Shotgun Bunny for that. That's a good shout, Dex. That is a good shout. Okay, the Graveborn side of things. We're gonna have, at the very least, Demi-Lich for, like, half of the time. So that's 1 Thrall stack. If we kill anything, we're getting Hydras. But the most we're practically having is 4 Thrall stacks. So 9% per stack at a cost of 6 skill points. I don't think that's worth it. I think we might skip Thralls here just to be funny. Because Mortal Vessel's more dark magic efficiency, which keeps our wards full more easily. Essence Drain sounds good, but it's not going to be very useful in single target. And we're already kind of in a situation where we need to plan more for single target. Doesn't Spirit Swarm count for Thralls? You're right, Shay, it does. You're right. That does enhance the calculus a little bit. How'd 24 go? I tried to leave you on lurk for most of the day. I appreciate that, Sweat. It went very well. It went very well. Only once did I feel, like, overwhelmingly tired, and that passed very quickly. And that was, like, 19 hours in. But I just had a good time. I really enjoyed it. Spirit Storm get Harvest? Yes. It does. Which is another reason we take Harvest. So I think, because Spirit Swarm, we'll stick with Thralls. How much coffee energy drink was consumed? I had the full recommended daily maximum of 4 scoops of advanced. Yeah. Over the course of 24 hours. So I probably technically could have had more. Now, more harvest would actually positively impact my swarm here. But only 3%. Although, I'd only be getting 3% more dark magic efficiency here. Let's go 2 harvest. See what that does for us. We want Dread Covenant. We could max Hydras, put 1 Stain of the Soul. And we could max Harvest and still have 2 from Mortal Vessel, or we could go back over here and finish up Burn Offering. We could use these 3 points to max out Hex Machina now. I'm kind of tempted to do that. This is going to be a very weird looking skill tree. Harvest seems better. It does. Talk about something that's been bothering me for a little bit. Sure, as long as it's, you know, like TOS friendly and all that. By all means. Thinking one harvest, two Hex Machina. I want more Burnt Offering, but I can't quite justify it. I don't have a consistent way. Yeah, let's try that. Okay, hero points wise, we definitely want max status here. I could go for attunement, considering how I don't have any other cooldown mitigation for Reaper, other than whatever I get from toxicity. So I already have 36% there. That's the thing. Attunement's additive with that. So do I really want to add that much to 36? Because I'm already at 50% cooldown. Getting to 100 would be a really good threshold to cross. I have the crit penalty from Nerf by the Bunker Master, so I can just kind of safely ignore dexterity, and strength would only help my actual weak spot crits for the most part. How does Stainless Soul work with sigils? Sigils do damage to enemies that enter the radius. So it wouldn't often be working, but it's one point to give my spell an entire functionality that it doesn't otherwise have. In TikTok, a lot of people making fun of my appearance. I don't know what to do. What I would do is I would try to convince yourself, because this is an absolute truth, and if it's easier to believe coming from someone else, people who conduct themselves like that, their opinions have no value. If someone is going to go to the content you create, which takes the courage of putting yourself out there, and that's the feedback they're going to leave, their words are worthless. They don't mean anything. They, as people, probably don't mean anything either. It is without value, it is without merit, and you don't need to alter your decision making based on that kind of person. You don't do anything different. If you're doing what you want to do and you're enjoying it, then keep doing it. I'm thinking Constitution and Attunement here. Fuck, I'm not literally. Yeah, not literally. We get 20% more here. I think we'll go with that. Rest Constitution. Rest Constitution. A lot to me, actually. I meant every word. People who need to make fun of others to feel better about themselves are not worth your time. Yep, what Brendan said. Okay, so let's try shooting the live wire now. Do I want Consec here? Because it's nice for the salmon itself, but how much do I care about how much damage it does? Although, realistically, what else am I using? I don't have another enchant that would be that impactful. Alright.
Choose, Fate Maker.
20% chance, yeah. Wink, wink. I'm reloading quite a bit. It's nice to have the live wire chains on my melee, though. Let's try inflammation, and go back to the Scalawag. Because inflammation will trigger Burn Offering. Amulet you're rocking? Barbalode. Yeah, like, Spirit Swarm is just deleting these enemies. I think Harvest was a really good choice. Because we have Spirit Swarm dealing whatever element it looks at for the dot, which could vary, but usually it's going to be lightning, poison, or dark magic. So we have that, and then it's getting a bonus poison element from my gun enchant, it's getting bonus dark magic from Harvest, and it's getting another bonus dark magic element from Reaper. I could give it a fifth one with Body Rune, but I'm not doing Body Rune tech right now. Hey Lone, how you doing? So, favorite Wonderlands Legendary, but an armor converts part of your damage to dark magic. It's been your favorite, I'm curious. Favorite's probably this one, the Selective Amnesia. It's just so much damage in such a weird gameplay loop altering way. And it really promotes focusing on survivability, which is something a lot of people neglect in this game. People prefer to whine about health gain instead of actually looking at what could help them. That's exactly what they do. This is a 100% Quag guarantee. Ready? If you are having survivability problems with any build, max out Constitution and your problems will disappear. Any build. Max out Constitution. It does not matter what the build is. If you are not already maxing Constitution, max Constitution and it will fix it. It is literally that simple. Quote you on that? Quote me on it. Clip it. Can't you neglect survivability in this game? Recently started a new playthrough, and I get one tapped all the time. You absolutely can. For example, a lot of people like running Spellshot's Glass Cannon to keep their wards down, to keep while empty effects, such as the Last Gasp, the Bad Egg, the Cursed Wit, those things. So they'll do that, and then they won't build their health bar up to any reasonable point. So they'll be running around with 0 wards and like 3,000 HP. And then they'll be like, everything's one-tapping me. It's because, yeah, you've got 3,000 HP. I don't like taking glass cannon. I don't have healing, so I need the tank. See, I usually end up taking glass cannon anyway, but I also don't use it to focus on keeping my ward down, because I also take mage armor. I just use it because it is a... If you're not using it specifically to keep your ward broken, it is simply a damage increase at a slight survivability penalty, but you have mage armor, so you don't care. Just cast more spells, reload more. And especially if you're using something like a body rune. Look at body rune's recharge delay and recharge rate. That's not that different from having zeros here, realistically, because if you've got 8,000 base capacity, but you get 260 of that back per second, only as long as you're not taking damage, and if you ever do take damage, you need to wait a whole 6.3 seconds for that to start again. You may as well not have any regen with body rune. Yet body rune is still the most popular all-rounder shield in the game, because it gives you damage, it gives you healing, and it's just good. It gives you good bulk. Mage armor does more for that anyway. I'm zooming. Aw. Hey Pupty, how are you? In addition, they fixed dark magic not healing proper amounts and activated by spells. I haven't played in a while, so I don't know. That is a full explanation of how dark magic currently works, including things that are not working as expected. Courtesy of the boy Stone Swan. .3? Yeah, Rune, you don't naturally regen any reasonable amount with the body rune. That's why Mood Ring is exceptionally good on any body rune setup that does not have mage armor or harbinger or max amped up, you know, that stuff. Definitely gonna look at that. I have a Dark Magic build I haven't played with. Yeah, I do recommend it. It's a great read. Dark Magic is one of the most complicated mechanics they've ever used in a lands game. It's incredibly complex. And I like that it has that many layers to it because it's also just mechanically healthier for the gameplay and the player base than something like Lifesteal. Went for a walk despite my hip hurting. How are you? I'm doing okay. Climbing past the brain fog. I got enough sleep, but still got a little bit of brain fog. And good for you being productive, getting that walk in. I should really do that. BL4, please have Rad and Dark Element. Yeah. Ooh, Ascended Deathless with HP? Why do you have these skills, though? That is an Ascended Deathless with area damage and HP. That's so good. But it's Claw Grave. What do I do with that? I don't know what I would do with those skills. That's frustrating. Brain fog is one of my #1 enemies. I get it. Hopefully things will be better by tomorrow after you get some more rest and food. Yeah, I think so. Recommend Body Rune on Executioner Lightning Chuck build? Yeah. It's doing its best, okay? It's certainly trying. That was pretty good. I think that was helped out a lot by... I applied soaked with my fish. That's a satisfying sentence. I applied soaked with my fish, because poison triggers bog down. And Spirit Swarm was lightning. So it's like, oh, cool. Or to wait for Reaper to end. I feel like the body rune, the question isn't does it work, it's can you justify running anything else? Yes, I would agree with that assessment. In this current instance, I'm running a triple brimming purple because it's funny to just use that to fight Reaper Drain. Because if I'm regaining 15% of my health per second, that is enough to offset Reaper for a while. If I'm below half, then I'm getting 20% back per second. And then if I'm also casting spells, I'm getting 35% back per second. Which is a very chunky amount. You can't... We know you can, Irish. I think you're misinterpreting what Pragmatic said. There's situations where Body Rune is not optimal. But if you were to outline one ward where there's one that's used more than others because it's more frequently optimal, that would be the Body Rune. It's just very hard to beat. Oh, that's awkward timing. Gotcha, sorry. No, you're all good. That's my damage without Reaper. That's one of the situations Geist is really good. See, that's why we like Geist. It's just that. Do I just Sword Explosion you? Cryo Sword Explosion? I don't think Order can trigger help mods. You are correct. That's a lot of screaming. Blood Sword Explosion, definitely one of my favorite guns. It just does so many things so well. I was on impact mode. That's why that wasn't doing damage. Well, now we know. Yeah, there we go. Think you knew some secret that impact mode was better? Nah, Gator Paul, I just forgot. Okay, let me see if I can set up the fun thing that I wanted to do here. I missed. Okay, yeah, there you go. You see the chunk that took off? And that's exactly what I wanted to happen. So what happens there is you hit the Void Bunny into the Maker, right? You have Reaper of Bones and Amnesia. So you get the damage bonus from Amnesia. The Void Bunny gets the Reaper of Bones bonus element. That dark magic can apply a dot. If that dark magic applies a dot to the Maker, not only is that happening, but that becomes your Spirit Swarm value. And you can apply that same thing to various bosses in various ways, mostly the aspect bosses. Like if you shoot Bark's weak spot with Reaper on, and the Reaper part applies a dot, well, that's your Spirit Swarm now. So, daily reminder that some people want Reaper of Bones to be buffed. It is a ridiculously good action skill. Does not need it. Um, I'm thinking I could move these Hex Machina points over to Burn Offering. Realistically, spell cooldown would be nice. Having Max Harvest is real nice here. And the one Stain of the Soul serves more of a purpose on Inflammation than it did on Sigil. I think I'm gonna stick with Inflammation here, because then I just get consistent Sanguine Sacrament, while also having additional damage. Dire Sack could use something more. Um, could, yeah. Some sort of extra multiplier versus bosses would go a long way. Let's try to get a Brimming Bad Egg. I want to try that out. Because that would just be 20% more in the all damage category. Because it just gives you the movement speed. So, that'd be nice. Sack. Sack. Oh, and I suppose I should mention that that Super Spirit Swarm we get off of the Void Bunny, remember, that's getting our bonus elements. So it's getting our Poison from our Gun enchant, it's getting Dark Magic from Reaper, it's getting Dark Magic from Harvest, if we have Harvest up, which we probably won't during the Maker fight. But it's at least getting 2 bonus elements. Oh, Shotgun Bunny reminder for Hellions. Yes, thank you, Dex. Armor Bunny been rude lately? It's funny, because there's an event on right now where it should be less rude. Should Quagsip be changed to a Shaker? I seem to have bad luck. It do be like that. I mean, I once spent 5 hours on a 30% drop item in a BL3 stream, Shay, so yeah. Mind this Fate Maker, what to look for in a White Rider? Sure, Milk Lizard. It kind of depends on what you're going for. So, something like this, something like these, I should say. These are just high damage times 1s, which can be good for getting a decent dot value. You see, this one is 1020, which is very high. Obviously, you could go even higher with this on Ascended. But if you want the gun itself to do good damage, then having the consumes 2 ammo per shot one is good, because you take a card damage penalty, but you tick twice every time you tick instead of once. You consume 2 ammo, but you tick twice. So, depending on which you want more of in the gun versus dot split, more gun would be a times 2. More dot would be a times 1. But, in each case, you want as little mag size as possible, because the lower mags have a damage bonus, whereas the higher mags have a damage penalty. So the swing between the biggest mag and the lowest mag is like 20 or 25% damage. Just damage. So that's the biggest thing you want to look out for. Outward's not in my vocabulary. I feel this one. I'm running to the bathroom real quick, chat. I'll be RB. I'm properly hydrating. You proud of me? Health. Okay, I'm back. So I've been doing today? I'm doing okay, Arctic Ninja. I hope you guys in the chat are as well. It is a very beautiful day out today. I might take a page from Pup T's book and go take a walk. Is there a dog barking? My coffee, water, and some Borderlands Shroom open. Pretty good chilling for now. It's a good place to be. Good place to be. I've got a few build things I want to mess around with. I'm going to focus on this Blightgeist stuff today, but give you guys a preview of other things I'm thinking of. I saw a Splintering Ice Spike. You know, the kinds that give you a bonus to spell damage for, like, how many spikes you have stuck in an enemy. Kind of like crossbolts. I was going to try that with an Ambihex build with Threads of Fate in the other hand. And just focus on making a Threads do just as much damage as I can. That's an idea. I also want to see about stacking crit chance stuff to see if I can get 100%. Mathematically, I think it's possible. Like 100% card melee crit chance. Because that, even if it came at a big damage ceiling loss, could be really good for the consistency of Ghostblade. Because your melee attacks in a Ghostblade build tend to not do much if you don't crit. That was the thought there. I was about to be upset about non-LA Sword Explosion, but then I remembered that Deuces thing is an option. So you can use this to make non-LE guns into cryo guns. And you're boosting their damage, and because they're now cryo, they can now leave a dot. So non-LE guns are now a go for dot builds if you can keep a Deuces consistent. And Boilermaker's trying. That's a high damage crossblade. That's a very high damage crossblade. 1764? Yeah, I'll pick that up. How does that compare to the one I had? Yeah, that's like way higher. Wow. I'll take it. Alright, putting the pincushion down for now, but I'll work my way around to it at some point. I wonder how Deuces works with the Hawken. Can you make the bird cryo? Come on, regen. Oh, I wonder if it does cryo damage, though. Ow. I'll have to test that in a more controlled setting. But it's a funny idea. Now, what if I ran Deuces on this? What if I ran Deuces here? Because building is so fun. Oh, I love when this game just gives me an idea that I'm like, hmm. I love these games. Let me actually throw out that bad Hawkins and at least grab a decent one. Notes. So we're looking for wards with brimming in general. Vagabond is also nice. Ideally, we want a bad egg with brimming. You can get 2 augments on a bad egg, right? Can you? Or is it just 1? I do not remember. It's been a minute. Notes are live? Ooh. Ooh, this is juicy. Okay, so you're looking for the D. Make sure you're up to date. Weekly event. This in-game limited time mini events active from September 1st to October 7th. Also, it's September. Cue all the music memes, the Green Day and the Earth, Wind, and Fire memes. Full month of that. Sorry. Chaos in the world. During the next several weeks, certain enemies will be influenced by the Maker and exhibit increased health and damage. Upon defeating them in this form, they can drop additional legendaries on top of their normal dedicated drops and have an overall increased chance of dropping items. Well, that sounds fucking fantastic. This week is the Great White over in Wartooth. I only barely remember where that is. Drops Slam and Salmon, Wardew, and Trick Mirror. I kinda like all of those items. Might actually catch me save quit farming this week. Buckethead drops Hammer and Anvil. They gave the Sawmill to Buckethead. Well, sorry Buckethead, you're gonna remain unfarmed. Pain. Non-chaotic gear drop rates have been reduced in Chaos mode to increase the odds of getting chaotic gear. This change was done in tandem with Chaos in the world for players to have a better chance to get loot that'll let them fight the empowered enemies. So, to anyone who says that Gearbox doesn't, like, listen, fucking well, like, just these paragraphs here is, like, half the complaints that the people shitting on the game still throw around. And they're just addressed here. in 3 paragraphs, they're just like, here you go. Fixed. Now, the key thing is, we're gonna have to really show our appreciation here in the hopes that they make some of this stuff permanent. There's been a lot of mini events they've done throughout the life of this game that have been very well received, and frankly, I'd want all of them to be permanent, but like, this bit right here, this would make the game so much better, and I think the dedicated farmers would really like these enemies keeping increased rates as well. And then we got a new featured, Drill, Celissa. Oh, it's another 2-boss one. 2-boss, 2 obelisk. Okay, extended featured. I like it. Drill and Celissa in one is interesting because, so this build, for example, that I'm running right now, where I'm using a lot of lightning damage, would not have a good time there. Because, phase that resists lightning, and then resist lightning the whole time. I'm gonna try it anyway, but... Might just go back to Wonderlands for that. I've been enjoying a lot of BO3 lately. You could enjoy both things. I enjoy both games immensely. Wonderlands is what I play more of nowadays, but I like both. And these are just good changes as part of an event that I feel should, like, they would just have a really good place in the game as a whole. It's directly based on feedback. Like, people wanted more drop rate for dedicateds, boom, here you go. People want more reason to farm unique enemies out in the world because neither of these are in the Chaos Chamber. Both the Great White and the Buckethead are not in the Chaos Chamber at all. You cannot see them. They are not part of it. You have to go to where they are in the world. People want reason to go do those things. Well, there you go. Boom. And then the chaos rates. This is just a good hotfix. I'm updating my title with that. I understand it correctly, the Chaos Gear changes game-wide, just being launched in tandem with this event? Yes, but what we don't know is if it'll persist afterwards, so we gotta cross our fingers about that. Or ask them. I'll probably just ask them. Fusion Shock, you're gonna have a bad time. Curious how good the drop rates will be for Chaos Spirit items? Yeah, that's something I'm gonna check in the menu, because it should reflect there. So I'm checking the menu as soon as the hotfixes are live. And then on top of that stuff, we've got Redmorn 4 coming as well. It's a good day to play. Shrine Piece dungeons after you've already got the piece and re-enter don't activate the exit portal when you finish, unless they fix that too and I don't know about it. So how do you get out, Hunch? Do you have to save quit? And how recently was that happening for you? Save quit? Very White, I remember to be a pretty threatening enemy on my story run. Sharks are just, they hit hard, and they're fairly aggressive. That is a big one. I could roll Spellcast Melee for something else here. Definitely roll the salmon for something else. I don't really need the shark lesson either. Alright, let's try to make this a little more gun focused, or a little more dot focused right now, I should say. Do I want more dark magic chance? Yes, I do. I think I can run instead of that. I could run the Diamond Guard. I think it's Diamond Guard's time to shine, chat. Take ASA Lightning there. ASA Dark Magic, why not? Nothing worse than going into Wartooth and a playthrough. They should add more Obelisk bosses in Chaos Chamber, especially the big Obelisk crab from Drowned Abyss. Yeah, there's a bunch of those unique enemies, particularly from a couple maps, but also from overworld encounters and Shrine Piece dungeons that I would like to see in the chamber. But for people who would prefer things being totally distinct from the chamber, well, this is a good week to go after a couple of those enemies. I imagine those will rotate into others. Hang on, body spray. I could totally justify a body spray in this build now that I think about it. Getting 20% health and ward back per hit. Keep it around. Alright, let's see how this does. I'm gonna miss this feature, though. This Gamescom feature is so good. Bad Egg can get to. Ooh, thank you, Trade Secret. So, Bad Egg with, Brimming and... Let's go to Loot Lemon. Brimming and what else can you roll? Vagabond? Brimming and Vagabond, maybe? Yeah, because that would be... While it's full, you'd be getting 10% additional movement speed. You'd be getting 5% per... Yeah, that might just be the play here, actually. That's really cool. Yeah, we'll keep hitting that for Bad Eggs. Oh, I forgot to change action skills. Whoopsie. Mostly for the movement speed? Yeah, movement speed plus being able to roll Brimming. Because a Bad Egg with Vagabond and Brimming is functionally one Brimming part with 4 Vagabond parts, 3 of which don't need your ward to even be full. So it's like having a 5-part purple. Sure enough, it's a Cryo Spirit Swarm. Seduces kind of works here. But I don't think it does more for me than Brimming. But it's good to know that that works. I think maybe for a different multi-class setup, maybe Bogbarian Deuces? Either Bogbarian or what's Spell Blight multi-class name? That one. I think for now I'm gonna go with the Brimming tech. Rot Shot, thank you. Hey Stones on, how you doing? Were you here for the Maker kill we did earlier? I'm gonna do another one in a minute, but I won't spoil for you if you weren't here. No, just got here? Okay. currently we're using Reaper Amnesia with Amped Up and Restore the Veil to keep a Brimming Shield active during Reaper to fight the Drain. And it is glorious. Brimming good, brimming very good. I've been theorizing, and I think Bad Egg is optimal on this. A Bad Egg with brimming and a Vagabond part. So I'll probably hit the money for that most of today. Hi, Jake.
Near you.
He just left, but he'll probably be back at some point. He's eating. I was also thinking of different guns I could use here. Do you guys know of lightning guns that do not have ammo problems, that have crossbolts, that have good damage? Got a Tumbo? Maybe. Ski prod? Yeah, ammo. I mean, I should still just, like, have one on this build, honestly. I can just devote a weapon slot to ski prod. Shock strikes, although in a long run you need ammo alter. Strikes, yeah. Those would do it. Encapsulator. I'd want something a little more conventional in the projectiles, but that's not a bad thought, Kirk. Something that keeps crossing my mind is quad bow. Maybe. But then again, my brain just responds to that with, yeah, the Scalawag you're using right now is probably better. I could use a ×3 Scalawag, give up the blade, because I don't really need it, and just have a ×3. Con, ammo. Blade doing anything? I swing my sword occasionally. But anything impactful? Not really. swing your sword occasionally. Wait for Reaper to end. Thinking about making a spell shot, Skeep Farmer build. Want to Skeep the world. Multi-class should I do? If you're going to use a Skeep prod, then there's a shout for Spore Warden for ammo regen to allow you to shoot when you're on nothing. Because you'll get to a point where you have nothing, but like you can just regen enough to fire a shot occasionally. So that's an option. Also, play the angles with Skeep prod works very, very well. There's a shout for Blight Caller, because then you'd have the amped up stuff on the table. Also Geist. Probably do one of those. Twitch doing that thing. It does do that. Can I just never update my game and keep this featured? Gamescom featured so good. I'm gonna miss it. I'm really gonna miss it. Diamond Guard's 10% per stack, 50% status damage. I think I'd still rather have Caustic and something else. Some other kind of effect here. Gotta think about it more. Morning, Economy. How you doing? Maybe I go back to a fish with Caustic, honestly. Because it's poison to help apply Bog Down. Poison dots for toxicity. And it's guaranteed dots. Thinking a Caustic fish is probably the way. The bright side, new feature looks really cool. Yeah, I have high hopes for it. Just had Vesper's loot glitch out and fly across the Wyvern egg room. Now I can't get to it. Oof. That's depressing. I'm sorry, loading screen. That's just sad. You hear about should narrow the world drop only pool, add some of them to Obelisk bosses and unique bosses. Such as what? Is my question there, Irish. There's not that many enemies that are uniques that don't already have drops assigned to them. There's some, but not as many as people present it as. And this event that's ongoing right now is currently doing just that. Like, if you read the notes that we read through just a couple minutes ago, that's one of the things that they're doing. And we did talk about that. For example, the Sawmill is added to Buckethead's pool. Sawmill is a Chaos Chamber drop. So it's now got a more easily target farmable source for at least the duration of this event. So if your question is, do I think that the event that is being started today should be permanent and more large scale? Sure, because I said that already. Why you want the Sawmill? Who knows, but you can get one, exactly. Oh, you're doing this? Okay. Oh, now it's going. Okay. So we ended up doing with gun damage, dark magic efficiency rings. I briefly messed with dark magic efficiency stuff here. I have a dark magic efficiency passive on my amulet right now. But I ended up settling on demon blights. But yeah, I do have one passive over here, because it just helps keep the ward full. Hey Pericles, how you doing? Good to see you. That's what I'm talking about. So that interaction, that's what we're going to try to pull off against the Maker again. Show skill tree and gear? Yeah, remind me of the loot room, Red Hawk. Tried Deuces? Yeah, we're actually trying that a few minutes ago. It's not optimal for what I'm doing right now, but it's definitely got some merit. I have a stupid question. Does shell casing base its low ammo on the current mag? Current mag. Not a stupid question at all. Hey Symphony, how you doing? Sometimes don't word things well or pay attention. That's why I like giving thorough answers. It happens. Come on. That's not what I wanted you to do. I want you to spawn bunnies. Please? There we go. Thank you. Ah, damn it. Yeah, I don't have Reaper on. Basically, the thing we did on the Maker kill earlier in the stream, and we replicated on Bark in this run, was you can make Reaper of Bones apply to the Void Bunnies, and that can apply a dot, which will then not only, you know, be the dot on the boss, but it will, it'll become your new Spirit Swarm. So you just get a really big Spirit Swarm. Didn't go well that time, but oh well. Any ski-based things besides spell, action, skill, or ski prod? Amulet. There's the polymorph action skill, ski prod amulet, or the sacrificial skeep amulet, and the ski prod gun. Like, can make any other class better? I mean, most classes can do that in some way, Pericles. Depends on what you're doing. Hey, Brucey, how you doing? Being ADS and seeing Spirit Swarm come into frame, take out the enemy you're looking at, and zoom off screen is comical. It is. Test of the Shrine Piece dungeons, like all of them, my conclusion is everyone spawned a chest where the Shrine Piece originally was to have a trigger for the exit portal, except one dungeon that was previously completed, not shown as such in the overworld. That one didn't spawn a chest, thus leaving me with no exit portal, how that Shrine Piece you can't interact with. Huh. Which one specifically is it? This week's hotfix looking good. It's looking real good. It's looking really good. Very excited for that. Hey, Red Hellion, but not a Chaos tier I want to try. I want Bad Eggs and I want Red Hellions, so we'll keep rolling those. I'll be sad to see this week's featured go, though. This past week's featured, I should say. One closer to Grandana. Alright, I'll keep that in mind. Has the Quag recovered? The Quag is mostly recovered. The brain fog has been disappearing throughout the stream. I'm feeling pretty good. Skill tree, yes. Thank you for the reminder, Red Hawk. Currently, I'm running with this. I've got Blight Collar Tree all the way down to Spirit Swarm. We've got Max Wraithmail, Max Geist in the Shell, Max Virulence, 2 in Hex Machina, Max Amped Up. We've taken Bog down, we've maxed out Worst Curse, we took 1 in Burnt Offering, maxed out Toxicity, 1 in Restore the Veil, and then, of course, Spirit Swarm. Greyborn Tree, we maxed Thralls, we took 2 Mortal Vessel, maxed Sanguine Sacrament, maxed Harvest, maxed Dark Hydra, 1 Dread Covenant, 1 Stain of the Soul. Now, this is, some of it's experimental. These Hex Machina points are probably about to move, for example. But the gist of it is we're using Amped Up to restore wards faster than Amnesia hurts us, and we're using Reaper of Bones, which will constantly trigger Amnesia, and also gives us a Global Dark Magic bonus element. That Global Dark Magic bonus element will be doing Restore the Veil, which also helps restore our wards. And during Reaper, our health bar is our battery for the action skill. So we use Sanguine Sacrament to keep that going. Yeah, basically we run around applying very powerful dots, and Spirit Swarm and Reaper will do the thing. Thanks, you're welcome. Hero points wise, we have Attunement maxed, Wisdom maxed, Remainder in Constitution. Yes, we don't have any Strength or Dex points. We even have a nerf by the Bunker Master to lower our crit chance. So the damage you're seeing in this setup is very much not dependent on crits at all. I would say Village Idiot would be one of the worst backgrounds for this setup, amusingly. Not loving this Diamond Guard. It's on paper, it's good, but Let's go back to fish for a bit. This inflammation could change to something else, honestly. What do I do there? Spellcast gun damage? Because I guess that would lead to bigger Geists. Indirectly. And I'm shooting a gun frequently enough. Yeah, maybe we go spellcast gun damage there. Okay. Use the fish for damage. Mm-hmm. Do I want it to be a caustic fish, though? Warrior presents the advantage of giving me that damage reduction. Which is pretty nice. I don't think I have any other sources of damage reduction. Maybe I'll stick with that. I'd like a bad egg with brimming and vagabond is the goal here. Yeah, science. Hey, Moofface, how you doing? Is Miasmic armor best armor for a poison status build? It depends. If you can successful enable your selective amnesia without dying, boom, there you go. If you do not have morals, mosquito. But Miasmic Veil would be one of the best. It's probably the most consistent. There's no downsides to it, strictly upsides, and you don't have to do anything special for it to work. For Blight Stabbo? Yeah, for my Blight Stabbo dot build, I'm currently running a selective amnesia, because it's just my favorite armor, and I've been slapping on everything. But if you were to not use amnesia, I would say Miasmic Mail. Mosquito's a cheat code, so that's kind of irrelevant. Mosquito can be nutty. It literally takes your damage, and at minimum, squares it. It is absolutely absurd. I'm quite confident that you could go into the Maker fight, kill a Void Bunny, then take off all your gear except for a Mosquito, then one-shot the Maker with that bunny. I'm quite confident. Do it. Thanks for testing. I'm not gonna. At least not today. I'm morally gray as a Joe Abercrombie character. Give me my Mosquito. Do it, please. Hey, Soccer Chick, how you doing? Not looking forward to Mosquito going to bunnies today. You could always just not do Red Morton 4 on that character, then. And it would be out. How's the 24? Just wasted 2 minutes of my life watching a YouTube video about Livewire damage change. Well, Livewire has changed a lot over time. It's good to be, up to date on that. But 24 was good. It was really good. We did Wonderlands, Hades, Jackbox, Hades, Connection. Come on, there we go. Yeah, Wonderlands, Hades, Jackbox, Hades, Risk of Rain 2, Devil May Cry 5, Borderlands 3. Feel good? How you feeling? I'm feeling pretty good. The brain fog has started to wear off. DMC, yeah. I had a lot of fun with DMC 5. Did a full Virgil playthrough on Son of Sparta, and because I was sleep deprived, I got stuck at like weird places. But I had a lot of fun properly learning how to fight the Dante boss fights. Hey Harf, how you doing? Good to see you. How's Wonderlands today? Really good. Today's hotfix has just in a couple lines addressing it's addressing so much community feedback. Like, if the dedicated farmers are really interested in seeing some positive changes made in their favor, if they were to make the event that's starting in 25 minutes more widespread, like larger scale and permanent, it would really make those people happy. Also, just endgame players in general are seeing a couple things in that hotfix that look very attractive. Good hotfix. It's looking good. In terms of what we're doing, I'm messing around with with a build concept that's it's doing a lot better than I expected it to. So just good stuff today. Good stuff. Because I'm more mentally present now, I'm gonna just issue some shoutouts for some very deserving people. Come on, Nightbot. There we go. Because my short-term memory remembers those two. But Soccer Chick and Hearthmill both make fantastic content, and just to remind you guys, I only actually endorse things that I use, things that I consume, things that I enjoy. So I like their streams a lot. Either testing the water for dedicateds. Yeah, it just seems like a at worst minor, which is a good kind of change to make. Like, there's no possible negative fallout from this kind of giving enemies more drops, like, that weren't farmable. Like, Sawmill is Chaos Chamber, but giving that a dedicated source and also making that enemy more incentivized. It's something that's fully outside of the chamber. I think that's just good. Get to poke around B4B yet? I did not, but I fully intend on doing that soon, TM. In fact, I might do that Saturday stream, maybe? I might do that Saturday. Lord of the Rings show costs $715 million, and yeah, it's been suggested that the future of shows that Amazon holds the rights to for streaming shows depend on how well that show does, and like, that's absolutely silly. How were you worried about how Lord of the Rings is gonna do? Like, you just market it based on the name, and regardless of the quality of the show, it's going to make you the money back. But Amazon doesn't market well. And if shows like Invincible end up getting axed because they don't know how to market The Lord of the Rings, I'm gonna be annoyed. It's different, but close to as fun as the Dire Defense. Ooh. In my second run through last night, I must say it has the best vibes of all the acts. I'm very excited then. That sounds like a good time. I really do love the diner section. We got a bad egg, but not the bad egg. See that sigil? Sure. This one? Yeah, it's this one. As a fan of Lord of the Rings, I do not have high hopes for the Amazon show. I don't really either. I don't think it's gonna fail, and I don't think that any of the people saying that, oh, they're being too diverse, I want it to succeed just so those people get pissed off. Because being upset by diversity in a fantasy world, fuck off. Fuck all the way off. But, yeah, as someone who likes Lord of the Rings, I can say I truly don't care about the show. Like, it has not made any impact on me. I don't care about its existence, and I frequently forget about it. It's too diverse, that hurt my brain. People got very, very, very upset because there's a black dwarf. Like, they got so upset. It's wild. Like a really weird thing to get angry about. But here we are. Nerds getting upset about nerd things seems about right. Yeah, they got upset with that in Game of Thrones as well. They get upset about that with everything. It's funny how the existence of of any sort of minority or marginalized group is immediately deemed as political when they get an acting role. Funny how that works out. Hotfix is out. 20 minutes pollution. And it's not even like just the race thing. It's also, of course, they go after people's orientations, people's sex, and people's gender identities. And like, it's funny when you realize that half the world isn't men, so you'd think that half the roles would go to people who aren't men, right? Right? Don't get me started. I'm gonna pee. I'll be right back. You can look at skill tree while I'm gone. I won't put the BRB screen up because this will be like fast, and so you can actually see the skill tree. 1 second. I'm back. I don't get it. Why would that matter? Great question, Odyssey. I don't know. But they're not racist though, right? Right? That's always where they go with them. Like in Wonderlands came out, there were plenty of people trying to say Gearbox got too woke, and they could never come up with a straight answer as to why. Like, why do you think that is? Is it because the voice actor for Paladin Mike is trans, and they got work? Is that what it is? I feel like that's the only reason. Because how else would it be? LeChance and Bones 3 would? Really? I don't think they played the game long enough to know that they exist. Looking at your build and thinking amp spam for some reason? Good guess. Good guess. Yeah, Shiner, complaining about it is just the dumbest thing. It's the dumbest thing. No one really gave a shit about No Agent Ghost in the Shell. Oh, lots of people pretended to give a shit about that, Moveface. Fucking love Paladin Mike, especially as an evolution of Lorelei. Oh, yeah. Just, Mike is just a great character. And I'm also just a huge fan of the voice actor in general as well. Good human being. Does good work. Telling me not writing people who aren't cishet white, my media is bigoted? Yeah, apparently. Apparently.
Feeling antsy. I better. Guess all pets get the zoomies, huh?
Allergies. Ugh. Also, there's a siren going by. Yeah, let's go back to spellcast gun damage over here, if I can roll it. Doesn't look like that's gonna happen. Oh well. Honestly, didn't give any thought to Paladin Mike when playing. Mike is just another character to me. And I feel like that's where most people are with that Mr. Blink. It's just a character in a video game. Like, what does it matter? But for some people, it's an important little bit of representation and, you know, a little bit of more variation to the people in the game world. Makes people feel a little more welcomed. It's completely harmless, and People complaining about it's just stupid. Tested shrine dungeons on a different 100% character. They're all shown as complete spawn and chest in place of shrine pieces they should. I'll have to give that a test hunch. Are you in the Discord? Can you put that in the curse testing channel? Just your hypothesis and your findings. If not, that's okay too. I can just take a screenshot of it and put it there. Whatever your preference is. Fuck this ward regen. 6 out of 3 amped up with 5 out of 3 Wraith Mail. I don't understand people not wanting to experience people different than themselves. Like, sure, it's comfy and safe to be around people just like you, but it's so fucking boring. It is, Harf. Like, if everyone around me thought exactly like me, we wouldn't have shit to talk about. If everyone around me looked exactly like me, identified exactly like me, it would be boring. Like, what would you do? The real answer there is human nature dictates that those people would then turn on themselves. They would turn on each other. But it takes a little bit of self-awareness to recognize that you are human enough to do that.
Like it'd be that easy to stop me.
Love celebrating queer representation in Gearbox games. Gamer bros be mad, gamer bros do be mad. Shouldn't that be a personal choice? What do you mean, wrathful now? Which part? Whether or not to acknowledge that the world is full of lots of people who aren't exactly like you? Because that's not a personal choice so much as just, like, accepting reality and allowing other people to exist peacefully. But I'm not sure what you mean. Uncomfortably frequent argument I see is a false dichotomy of diverse characters and interesting character. Yeah, that's such a weird thing to connect, and it's also a self-report because it's implying that characters that serve some sort of purposes as representation simply can't be interesting, and that's not how that works at all. I like to think as a fantasy game that Mike is the person Lorelai dreams to be their best self. That's how I interpreted it as well. With the information we're given in the game, all we have as concrete is that Mike is Lorelai's character. But the way I like to interpret it is that it gives Lorelai a chance to feel more themselves, which is always a good thing. Kind of mad now at Banshee, just hit my final loot dice for Chamber and got sent to space. Oh no. Were you able to ground slam back into the map? Thought that was the most obvious interpretation of Mike. I thought so as well. But, you know, as we're touching on with this conversation, some people interpreted it entirely, hatefully. Let's call it. The weapons got sent to the place we weren't supposed to see. Huh. We're able to die and respawn back in the Banshee room. Wait, what? Some people viewed the existence of Paladin Mike as, quote-unquote, woke. Which, don't get me started on the use of that word, doesn't mean what anyone fucking uses it as. It's actually a piece of American black culture that was appropriated by the far right to become an insult to anything remotely in the vein of highlighting social injustice, but like, okay. Buzzword in the moment. Yep. Buzzwords to fuel culture wars. Scare people. Hopefully. This Quag's my favorite Quag. How you doing, Flip? Had to restart game? Oh, that sucks, Economy. I'm sorry to hear. If that ever happens to you again, that bug, take a video and I will, like, send it directly to 2K. Because that's an annoying one. Never really connected that interpretation to Mike. I don't really have thought about the character further than, oh cool, that's Lorelai's B&B character. That might just be because of my experiences, though. So this guy doesn't really have any close friends who are artists. It's totally valid to interpret it in that way. There's some out-of-game context. Like, it's been discussed, I don't know where it was first mentioned, but that Lorelai was entertaining the idea of transitioning. Or of changing identities. And then the voice actor for Mike and Lorelai is Transmask. So with that extra context, that helps solidify that interpretation of the character. Echo log in BL3, that would be it then. Doing great this morning. Ready for Hotfix. How'd 24 go? It went really well. Went really well. Got to play a lot of games, which that's probably my favorite part of it. Other than getting to see so many people I don't normally get to because streaming schedules otherwise conflict. Other than that, bouncing between so many games I enjoy was really good. Having that much flack for video game characters is beyond comprehension for me. Mm-hmm. First thought is that Lorelai just decided to make a male character. People make characters don't align with their sex gender games all the time. Oh, absolutely. I'm doing that right now.
I hope you liked your last meal. One more control fire.
I'm gonna try and get to the boss before this Reaper turns off. Kept Reaper up for a long time there. That was good. Even if you only see Mike as her being a big character, I don't think it's problematic at all. It's only the folks somehow pointed to it as an issue. Right. Like, it ultimately doesn't matter. Except insofar as that it matters to people who can see that as a form of representation for themselves, so they can feel included in the game world, in the game industry, in just society as a whole. It's completely harmless and can only do good. But some people have viewed that inclusion as an attack on their values, which is fucking bleh. I understand people never considered until recently. Being a white male, I've had the world of I can be whatever I want to be when I grow up, or considered not everyone has that. More diversity was better for everyone, if that made any sense. It did. And because I know at least one person listening to this conversation is thinking, but that's racist. No. The concept of privilege based on any particular gender identity, sex, religion, race, all of it, is not concrete in that every single person belonging to a particular group is of a specific standing. You absolutely do. For people who are feeling like, well, I'm a white person and I'm not well off. Yeah, you exist. Your chances are simply improved. Chances. I hate that I need to include that, but yeah, there's totally instances where your economic class supersedes your race or your gender identity, etc. And the reason that needs to be brought up is because sometimes you'll have people saying, but look at Oprah. Racism doesn't exist because Oprah. That's one example. And imagine how much shit Oprah gets. Hey, Coffee, thanks for the 1,500 bits. I appreciate it. Gotta love these talks, make me realize good in this community. Love y'all. Happy to have you part of it, Assassin. And Sanguine Sacrament's so good. Can't believe I healed through that. Palm ended all racism by being president. Yeah, there's people who actually believe that. Morning, Jedi Monkey. Okay, I need both Brimming and Sanguine to heal through that. That was science. I made a slightly safe area. I'll take the L though. In the words of the great Jackie Moon, everybody love everybody. At the very least, just leave people who aren't doing anything to you alone. Like, it's frustrating. Trying to time this out. I had to use Reaper to get through that, but that's fine. There we go. Good dot. What area is this? This is, if you do the raid boss puzzles, you get to go into these rooms and fight these raid bosses at the end of the run. In the Chaos Chamber. Murder me with science. In the end, what does being tolerant cost anybody? You really don't get the hate. That's a good thing to bring up, Safe and Sane. Like, it costs nothing to just leave people alone. Just today's war on Christmas, where including everyone by saying Happy Holidays seen as an attack by those who can't live without their privilege. Fucking exactly, Stone Swan. There's still, you're gonna see it on certain news networks starting in about a month and a half, 2 months. The war on Christmas thing is gonna be brought up again, where saying Happy Holidays to be a catch-all for people who may or may not celebrate particular ones in a season where there are multiple major ones is seen as an attack because one is not lauded over the others, even though it totally still is. Perfect example. Happy Easter. Happy Easter, Rabbit. Rabbit is actually the real-life Easter Bunny. Fun fact. Oh, glue. That worked? Huh. Kinda surprised that worked out the way it did. Happy quacks. As Answer Religion 1 can be, if someone says Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, or whatever, I just stay back, enjoy the fact someone's cared enough to wish me well. Exactly, Harf. I'm pretty sure our beliefs in that area line up 100%. Okay, let's see if I can get it this time. Oh, not quite. No! I fucked it. It's a lot of raid bosses. It is. There's a previous chance for every chaos here. I want to see if hotfixes are live yet. I will show you after this run. For those purple orbs, they're something spawned by the maker to assist you in the fight. You can kill the void bunnies, and then they'll turn into these little purple orbs, so you can then melee at her to do damage. It's one of the fight mechanics. Like that. Spawn more bunnies, please. There we go. Haha, nice. Oh, connection hiccup. My connection sucks today, sorry about that. Problem with the Maker Fight, simply that it's a journey to get to it. That's one of the things that I really liked about this feature that I just did, that is now rotated out. The Gamescom one, because it's a short run. It was 3 obelisk rooms, 3 mobbing rooms, and then Parasite is the boss. So you could get to the raid bosses in under 4 minutes in an optimized build. You just be in the first one in under 4 minutes. And that's a really nice accessibility option for people who just want to get to the raid bosses. Ooh, Rain Bolt. Yes, please. Thought I was my own. Good to know. Is this close? Contact my eye speaker and shit. No, that's my connection. Trying to get Thunder Anima to work with Amped Up, it kind of sucks. Yeah, Thunder Anima is just kind of mid. What gun are you using? This is a Scalawag. It's not even an appropriate Scalawag for this build, really. It's, you know, one of the melee ones I had lying around. It's got melee bolts that aren't doing anything for me. More optimally, I'd be using a ×3 with better, like, gun-friendly parts, but this is just what I'm using, and it's working. Realistically, I should probably run Bolt Lash with Livewire, but I don't ever feel like reloading, so I still like using my Skullduggers. Maybe a Hooligan would be a good play. September starts in 2 hours. Oh yeah, September in 2 hours. How you doing, Struggle Bus? Good to see you. Hope you're well. You know, a faster farm to get better gear while leveling up the chaos levels? I don't get any good stuff lately from the bunnies. Keeping an eye out for quest rewards that you've obtained once before as they pop up in vendors. But the short answer is just vendors in general usually have really good stuff. Keep an eye out for high value things outside of the legendary rarity. For example, claymores like this, very high damage. If you're doing something that looks at your melee weapon's value in card damage, such as Dreadwind or Executioner's Blade, those are very good. The wheel, as Jaybridge mentioned, is incredibly good. Seriously, the wheel is fantastic. It's gotten multiple buffs over time. It's really efficient for getting good loot. September in 2 hours? No, it's Subtember. It is September here already, for me at least. Has been for 12 hours. But Twitch runs discounts on subscriptions in September. Posted and tagged me? Thank you, Hunch. I appreciate it. Barbeload? Yeah, Moveface. September didn't get that, sorry. It's okay. I didn't enunciate very well. Been second for 2 hours where I am, because Australia's in the future. How's the second over there? Is it gonna be good here? Shooting log wires better than Thunder Anima? It is. Hey, Mr. Blink. Pretty new to this channel. I think I've been here lurking for maybe a couple weeks. Been a breath of fresh air. Usually just watch streams for entertainment, good gameplay. Good at game entertaining, so frequently have good, interesting, productive convos with the community. Usually always learning something or being enlightened to a new topic or POV. Even if there's disagreements, usually the convo is still productive and doesn't turn into a shit show. That's exactly what I try to do here, and I'm really glad that you get that vibe. That means a lot to me. The feedback's great. And yeah, at the end of the day, I like nerding out over stuff, but I like doing it with people, like having a community of people where we can just talk about shit, you know? While being decent human beings, because there's so many, especially in the gaming side of the internet, so many communities where it's just a festering, just mess. So it's important to me that my little tiny corner of the influence of the internet, you know, where I can exert my influence is a positive place. So I'm glad you're getting that vibe, and happy to have you here. It'll be great. Cool. What's your opinion on smart armor? Smart armor is one of the weaker armors. It is almost always detrimental, and even if you land yourself in a situation where it's not detrimental, like say if you're using a laser hand, which auto crits, or using From the Shadows, which makes everything auto crit, it still provides less damage than almost every other option in that category of gear does. Like, you still get more damage from, say, having a Calamity armor if you're using fire damage. You get more damage from the extra stats provided by an Amalgam. You get more damage for having a Selective Amnesia. You know, many other things give you more damage than a Smart Armor without the penalties. Smart Armor gives you a small bonus to crit damage that is not unique in any way. It is just additive with your other crit stuff, additive with your strength. But the crit chance penalty it gives you is post-add, meaning it takes your calculation and then it halves the results. So if you go to your crit stats in here, this 16.4% spell crit chance I had, if I put on a Smart Armor and had the exact same stats, it's just going to cut it to 8.2. Just cuts it. Which is a very harsh penalty for a very minimal gain. Tell me when crypto crashes. Yeah, I'll be, I'm gonna step into the chamber lobby to show the rates for chaotic stuff, so that we can check against the hotfixes after I restart my game. It's a decent hammer and anvil. I should probably take that one, honestly. I don't need that. Alright, so you can see here, reason why this event is going to be so great. Well, one of the reasons why. Chaotic Gear drop chance, 19.8. Volatile, 14.85. Primordial, 14.85. Ascended, 0.99. That leaves you a 49% chance, roughly, you know, rounding, of having non-Chaos tiered gear. Non-Chaos tier, 49% at Chaos 50. Which means almost half the time, your gear is dropping under-leveled. Because Chaos 50 is not balanced for being in full non-chaotics. It's pretty much assuming you have a mix of volatile primordial, maybe one or two ascended here and there. But it's safely not balanced for non-chaos tiered gear. So this change, making that chance of non-chaos tiered gear less than 49%, is pretty good. So let's see. I'll close my game out, and we're going to restart so that my vendors and stuff repopulate. What class combo gave you all the cheating ward regen, by the way? A Blight Claw rolls amped up. So we have a Blight Claw Amnesia with 3 amped up and 2 Wraith Mail. And because I don't have Graveborn power on the armor there, I instead get Graveborn power from my amulet to boost Reaper Bones. Luckily, because I'm not leaning too hard on Bog Totem or Geist, I don't need that much Blightcaller power. So just a little bit's enough. And I'm mostly just doing it for the skills. Hey Spuggy, good to see you. How you doing? Smart Armor would be better if the stats are reversed. Yeah. Yeah, it would be. Like a flat doubling of your chance to crit with minus 50 to your crit damage. Minus 50% additive with strength to your crit damage. That'd actually be a really good armor. I would use that. Yeah, it should be live for everyone. I feel after 24, sorry I couldn't hang out longer, time zones are annoying. Nothing to be sorry about. I was glad to see you stop in. I'm feeling good. The brain fog has worn off a little bit over the course of the stream today. I'm a little more coherent than I was at the start. But I'm feeling good. I'm feeling good. I'm glad I did it. Had a lot of fun. Got to switch between a bunch of games I like. Got to see a bunch of people I don't normally get to see on my streams. It was a good time. Make it the whole way? I did. I did. Made it to 24 hours and like 10 seconds, and I was like, alright, I'm going to bed. Ooh, these are definitely higher. So they distributed that chance across all of these. Ascended up to 1.41. I believe that's what Primordial was at Chaos 35. Primordial and Volatile both up to 21.13. Chaotic up to 28.17. Calculator time. So there's only a 29.16% chance of getting non-chaotic gear. So they slashed that rate by 20%, which is fantastic. Yeah, so you are far less likely with this event to get non-chaos tiered gear. It still happens, but it is now much more unlikely. Instead of it being basically half the time, it's about as likely as chaotic gear. A little more likely. So they could have gone a little bit further with this, just a couple percent to make it the least likely slice of the pie before chaos tiered gear, but like, it's fine. Traps getting fixed little by little. Wonder why they're doing it like that. Experimentation, Hephaestus. If you make big sweeping changes all at once, like drastic measures, you end up with situations like the Commander Lilith DLC in BL2, where it permanently wrecked the endgame scaling of that game and was never fixed. You end up with things like Mayhem 2.0 in Borderlands 3, where it took them several months of updates to undo some of the damage done there. Being gradual is a much safer approach. I wonder if it's going to make it permanent. I certainly hope so. How long is this event going? A week? I think. Plus, doing it as an event can give them an easier out of the changes that end up being worse. Right, that too. That too. So let's try out the new feature. So I want to see what's in the vendors. And this is a very lightning heavy build, so I'm going to have trouble with both of the bosses. Magicka tried to speed up farming by getting 2% Ascended, 0% Chaotic, Volatile, Primordial, 98% Non-Chaotic. It's great. You look for spinning auras, no aura, no Ascended. Even 2% feels quite rare. From an aesthetic perspective, I get it. From a, hey, this loot beam is the one I want perspective, yeah, that makes a lot of sense, Scrod. My concern there is the difference between non-chaotic and ascended is 8 character levels. So, like, that just makes it feel worse in terms of what you're actually getting.
I believe there's a cabin near you.
If you intend to use the items rather than farm the items, because getting a volatile or a primordial might not be the absolute perfect role you're going for, but it's at least statistically appropriate for the content you're doing. If you try to do an entire character with the 2% ascended, 98% non-chaos tiered, then, like, yeah. Disabling primordial wrecks class mods. Right. Yeah, because class power and then the stats on them themselves. Guns as well. Chaos tiers are very important on guns. Less important on rings, amulets, but on class mods and guns, yeah. Blightstabber rules amped up as well. Yeah, I preferred the second skill on the claw one, but either gets the job done. So not only is this a run with Celissa and Drill, but there's Coiled. You do not want to bring lightning damage to this featured. I'm doing it anyway, but you do not want to bring lightning into this one. Blue raid boss in the first room. Okay. My ISP been crap today? No, it's mine. Loading screen. That would be mine. I'm sorry about that. It's particularly bad today. I don't know why. Little buff to the drops of bosses would have been great. Not as broken as they did in BL3. At least it'd be motivation to go farm. Okay, so you are presenting this from the perspective of BL3 dropped too much gear. It didn't. Why do you believe that BL3's rates were too forgiving, Hephaestus? Do you know the numbers behind that? Because that's simply not true. Implying that drops from BL3 were broken, yeah, that's not true. You've been fed misinformation from somewhere, I'm sorry to say. Hey, honey bunny, how you doing? Returned from college, you got me addicted to Outriders. Hey, you got into it? Let's go. Let's go. First kill of Buckethead during an event drops 2 sawmills. Your drop from him's working. That's good to hear. Yeah, an immediate confirmation. It's like, bro, I just did 24 hours straight. What more do you want from me? Yeah, it's probably rebelling a little bit. Only ring I think Chaos is important is the gun damage Sharksbane. Yeah, gun damage Sharksbane. Furior Fealty Oath can also get that extra gun damage thing. Those are fair takes. Pericles, yeah. I don't think people really mind. They just said, hey, this change is experimental. We might change it back if it doesn't work. You'd think, Blue, and logically it doesn't, but there have been people who have said that the hotfix model of, like, frequent small updates, testing things out, is bad. There's people who don't like that they try things out, and have stated that as one of the reasons they dislike things, because things are changing too frequently. Like, shut up. Was non-chaotic right before update? 49%, Shay. Not the drops, I'm sorry. Remember, sometimes they buff weapons too much. They don't do that in this game, though. And they ended up having to buff so many things in BL3 because, A, people skipped directly to max difficulty without learning how the game works, how their build works, how the content works. So they demanded an increase in power instead of learning what was powerful in the game, or how to maximize what was already in the game. and B, because of sweeping changes to the structure of endgame difficulty and scaling and all that with the Mayhem 2.0 system, where enemy health went from plus 1,000 to plus 12,500 overnight. What happened with that is a bunch of weapons got left behind there, so they had to get buffed, and they overdid it in many cases. So those are mistakes made by previous games that were not made in this one. Morning, Vlad. How you doing? Blightgeist is running Lightning Cannonball or Static Charge, having a fine time. Let's go. Worst rank, boss drop, change, was remove Messy Breakup from Genevieve. Yeah, Kilovolt not dropping Transformer, weird. Genevieve not dropping Messy Breakup, weird. Rip Dictator, yeah, Dictator died to M 2.0 pretty badly. It's not the Monarch killed it, it just never got damage. Like, the Monarch being better than the Dictator was always true. But the Dictator was still viable back in the M4 days. The Monarch had not invalidated it, it was simply an upgrade. But in the 2.0 days, they, for example, buffed the Star Helix to be M 2.0 ready. But the Dictator never got that buff. So, like, not only was the Monarch a better Dictator, but the Star Helix was a better Dictator. It died and got replaced. Yeah, both things. I was trying to say if they just buffed a little, not too much, for example, the Mace Wardu. Mace Wardu's good, though, Hephaestus. That's the thing. Mace Wardu is extremely good. It's one of the top 3 capacity wards in the game. It deals melee damage, getting your entire melee formula. This includes if you're equipping something like a Spellblade, that will apply. And it deals damage based off the element of the melee weapon you have equipped. If you have, say, Alchemical Agent, an enemy hitting you with a Mace Wardu on will often just make them explode. They will just instantly die. Wardu is good. What mistake category was the Zane buff? Someone just went ham when designing the purple tree.
Give me a heads up before you do that.
I'll take Trust in Magic. That'll be interesting. Oh, where am I taking this? Over here? Okay. You leave Zane alone. For you? Okay, Harf. 'Cause you asked. But only for you. Sorry for asking this for probably the millionth time. How's the drop rates feeling in this patch? I've only just started playing Pragmatic. This is the first run I've done on this hotfix. But on paper, it looks really good. Really good. Only thing I've been kind of bored by in Outriders is Firepower Techno and Devastator General because the bleed's too strong not to use. I play melee dev, and I find that quite enjoyable. Funny. Firepower Dev's my fave, and I suffer for it. Ooh, yeah, that's one of the uphill battles, build-wise. You can absolutely make it viable, but it requires you to be very specific in what you do, unfortunately. Rebuff Great White's health? Ooh, I'll have to try that out. Great White and Buckethead, right? Both end up buffed health? Yeah, they said that in the notes. I'm glad to see it's noticeable, though. That's cool. Wonder if that affects playthroughs? Ooh, good question. Great White's a mandatory enemy, right? For a playthrough? See the new Dead Island 2 trailer? I did not watch it. Oh, that's Mobley Dick? Oh, then, yeah, it doesn't matter. If it's not mandatory for main story progression, then, like, whatever. Thinking of Mobley Dick? Yeah, I am. As long as it's not the trunk problem with that event in BO3. People trying to do TVHM playthroughs had a really rough time for a week when that was on. Thank you for explaining Wardo. I've been a little confused how it works. Now my question's been answered. Yeah, no problem. No problem. It's it's easier to understand if you think of it like Executioner's Blade.
More than you deserve.
Hey, Just, how you doing? Oh, sorry, Fire Friend. What would you suggest as a sort of fun alternative? For AP, I run Martial Melee. When I play Dev, honey. Martial Melee. Connection. Yeah, sorry about the interruptions, everybody. It's very annoying. Every day I get closer to making a gun dot build because of Quag. Hey, Tough Nation, how are you? Does the COV gun do for the build? You go over the build they haven't already? Yeah, I'll go for it, the build at the end of the run, but basically it's a lightning gun with crossbolts. That's all I use it for. Inflammation just for dot spread? It's because it has a lot of charges, so I could use it for Sanguine Sacrament. Martial for melee? Yeah. Martial set shares firepower and anomaly damage to enemies you've hit with Endless Mass. So you can use Endless Mass to group up enemies, and then punch, and you will not only hit all of them with the punch, you will also share damage between them with Martial. Also, Martial applies to Endless Mass itself, so you can just use Endless Mass and Endless Mass alone to kill packs of enemies. And since you are buffing your AP to buff your melee, it does damage. Blade gets damage formula as well? Yes. The base number is 150% of your melee, but it gets a formula. Your melee formula. The exact same thing Wardo gets. Just the base values are different. Wardo is, I'm pretty sure it's just the base is your melee weapons damage. Whereas Blade's 150% of that. Why is level cap 40 still? Because 40 is a good number and there's absolutely no reason to change it. Remember that initial reaction of Blightgeist was where's the damage? I'm curious to know too. Reaper Amnesia is the band-aid I've slapped on for that. I'm gonna hold my Reaper for now.
One more for soul fire.
Do I dare go out into the drill water? I dare.
Such a great luck on me. A little like
That works out well.
I'll cut their souls right back. Don't you worry.
Like, have you leave the Grim Voice standing around, she'll get irritated by her own heartbeat. It do be like that. If you take both capstones in this game, there'd be very minimal build diversity. Yep. You are correct. 6 kills a Great White so far, every time drop 2. Guaranteed 2 is pretty good. How about for the other drops? Short-lived Reaper. It's awkward. Only got 2 war doing 6 kills, no salmon so far. Okay, so they're not all guaranteed, so there's still some farm. But even if they were all guaranteed, good old part variance. So from out the mirror boss this week, I haven't done it yet. So no spoils. I've not done it yet. I'll be doing it after this featured run. Any looter shooter RPG lets you have all the options and not a build diversity. Yeah, pay more attention. I was trying to read and shoot at the same time. Didn't go great. Any looter shooter RPG lets you have all the options and not a build diversity and usually suck for balancing, as you have to balance around the fact people way too much at their disposal. Right. Exactly. And eventually builds just end up all looking the same if you give people too much. But I'll be right back 1 second. Okay, back. Just checking to see if anyone else was using bandwidth, but no. Or you have the cyberpunk problem where everyone needs the crafting tree, so every building needs that. Right. You have something that's too attractive, and you just use that and only that. Kind of like me with the selective amnesia armor in this game, if we're being honest. No offense, that's why I didn't like BL2, because you could go down every tree and there wasn't much diversity, whereas in BL3 Wonderlands, you've really decided what points you put where. To a lesser extent, that's happened in every Lands game before Wonderlands, BL3 included. With the level 72 cap, we did not gain builds, we lost builds. I had to remove builds from the builds document because someone collapsed into each other because they had the same gear choices. They just became they had the same skill tree choices, right? They just became different gear specs of the same build that you just thought differently while using. They're no longer truly different enough to warrant their own entries. Level cap increases have done that in every Borderlands game. Wonderlands is the first one where it wasn't a problem, which is a good thing. But in BL1, you could capstone all the trees. In BL2, level 80, you had almost triple capstone. TPS, you could capstone all the trees, and BL3, you had 4 trees, but you could almost capstone 3 of them. And that was a little too much. Whereas in this game, you have 2 trees, but you can either tier 5 2 of them, or you can capstone 1 and tier 4 the other. And that leaves enough meaningful choice, because you're also choosing your 2 trees out of 7. And you have lots of clearly defined playstyles that some classes are better at, some classes are worse at, and some classes you'll have to make some trade-offs to do. Like, I'm doing a dot setup right now, which Blightcaller excels at. Graveborn isn't traditionally great at that, so that's why I'm much more heavy in the Blightcaller side than the Graveborn side. I don't want a world where Alchemical Agent and Spirit Swarm are on the same build. Yeah. And it would take two or 3 skill points to achieve that. We're not that far off that. 40 is a perfect number. Hey Maniki, how you doing? Remember Old Republic had a lot of issues with level cap increases, or they keep the actual distinct features of build super deep in a tree to keep people from dipping into tank stance or something? They did, and I'm super well versed in that. There was a while just before the 3.0 expansion, or before they changed completely how skill trees worked, to be completely linear progressions instead of allow you to dip into multiple. But because of this, you had, particularly in PvP, one of the most notorious things, 2 of the most notorious things, you had the power tech going down the tank tree to get the tank tree's gap closer, and then just taking DPS stuff. And they were absolutely monstrous and impossible to deal with, because for anyone who's not familiar with how that worked, basically Power Tech had a defensive cooldown ability where if you were below a certain percentage, you would rapidly heal up to that percentage while it was active, which made you impossible to kill for any builds that didn't have burst. You had an AoE stun, you had a single target stun, you had a pull, you had a leap, you had a movement speed boost that gave you immunity to slows and roots during that window. You had another defensive cooldown that just made you tanky. Like, it was oppressive in PvP. That was power tech at the time. You also had on Marauder, you had a hybrid build where you basically took the AoE from one tree and then the dots from another tree, and it was clearly unintended to have that much damage and that much flexibility in one setup, but it was dominant in PvP and PvE for a while. And this is what happened when you gave players too many skill points without limitation. It's not just a Borderlands thing, it applies to other genres. So eventually what they did in that game was, as they started increasing the level cap further, they just made skill trees set. Like, you picked a tree and you were that tree. You could not spend in the other ones.
My favorite outfit.
Where's my Spirit Swarm? I need that. Oh, sad. I don't think Mo's ever had a monopoly on TDR chucking. Zane was doing TDR stuff forever. All characters were always capable of it. Early BL3 life, it was most popular on Mo's because people understood things having to do with ammo a little bit better with Mo's. But for a while, Mo's was seen as the TDR character. I don't think that's unfair to say. All characters could always have done it, though. Yeah. Question for you on ambidextrous. When you use the right triggers, I consider action skill start, spell cast. Just wondering for best enchantment. Just spells. You don't have any access to anything having to do with action skills when you're using ambidextrous, except for one thing, and that is the promise ring, the one that checks for your action skill being ready. That one works because your action skill is considered as ready. But in all other senses, it's just another spell. Shade. Why is your character the Joker? Just kind of happened, honestly. Mostly accidental. That didn't do as much damage as I wanted it to. Oh, I ran into that barrel. It was not smart. Thanks for the clarification. Of course. Wanna know how I got these scars? Mostly accidental. Roll credits. We got yellow in this one. So, blue was in the first room. Green was somewhere around the middle, and then you've got yellow at the end. If I run back to college, take it easy, honey bunny. Thanks for stopping in. I appreciate it. Is the stopgap an absolute must-have for flag? Seems like can't find a decent build for him, doesn't use it. I highly recommend you check out this resource. So if you check out the flag community builds document, there's lots of well-optimized flag setups, many of them made by myself, but I've maintained that document. And stopgap is one of those things that kind of... It might sound like the play, but think about what it's not doing for you. It is not doing damage. Full stop. If you're a base game flak, it's one of the better options because you're a bit more limited in that department. But it is not doing damage, and flak is at their best when they are doing damage. An alternative that is also in the base game, if that is up your alley, it's the Frozen Heart. That Nova is not only the widest radius Nova in the entire game, to the point where with radius boost it can hit the entirety of the Cistern of Slaughter at once, but it guaranteed freezes enemies, and frozen enemies can't attack you. Also does very high damage when invested into, and the Nova heals you. Yeah, the Nova has lifesteal. So you got all that going for you there. Stinger, Revolter, Frozen Heart, Messy Breakup. Red Suit, Infernal Wish. Manuel. Oh yeah, I don't need to worry about my damage. The dark magic covers this well enough. Beautiful. Stinger new to the game when you made Rackstab? Yes. I made Rackstab in June of 2020. The Stinger was introduced with the Guardian takedown at the beginning of June 2020. So yeah, it was new at the time. Builds I was looking at might have been a little outdated. Sometimes most of the time YouTube's bad with timeline by default, mostly show most viewed popular vids. Yeah, that's something I strongly dislike for how it affects the perception of builds, especially in Borderlands games, because people develop this very narrow view of what's possible because their frame of reference will be a Google search that pulls up a YouTube search of videos from 2019. It's like, hang on, people learned a lot more since then, and a lot more was added since then. So that's why the community build docs is a fantastic resource. Up to date, And there's one for each character if you decide to branch out. I know I'm taking my sweet time with this run. Sorry about people who've been waiting for the build breakdown. Sorry about that, people. Ugh, I can't speak. Get clapped, Bark. Also, be fast as fuck. Particularly enjoy that. Yeah, Geist on Gloop is so powerful. You're pretty late here, so I'll be off now. Nice seeing you. Nice seeing you, Blue. You have a good one. Thanks for stopping by. Appreciate it as always. I like that I don't really need Reaper for Bunny. Gives me a good opportunity to get my cooldown back to the Maker. Oh, there we go. We got it. We got it that time. So it took me a couple tries. Not like the first time I showed it off, where we got the good RNG. But for anyone who wasn't there the first time, what happened there is we used Reaper of Bones to apply a Dark Magic bonus element to the Void Bunny. That Void Bunny hitting the Maker gets our full damage formula and everything, on top of having a damage value designed to take a big chunk out of the bar. So we give it a huge formula. If we can get that to successfully apply a Dark Magic dot to the Maker, what happens then is not only does she get a big dot, our Spirit Swarm changes to be that dot. So then our Spirit Swarm is then that powerful, and is still getting all the bonus elements we're giving to it through Reaper of Bones, Harvest, the Blightcaller gun enchant. So, yeah. Having bonus elements in a dot build with the Void Bunnies is very entertaining. Quite wicked. Yes, Kevin. Kevin agrees. If I have two identical rings of the passive stack, yes. Or what do we got in here? We got Arcane Bolts again? Okay. I feel like we had Arcane Bolts in the machine recently. Last Gasp. Last Gasp in machine's good. I like that. And Barrel Maker. They buffed the Barrel Maker on DLC 3 release, and it's pretty good damage-wise now. I'd check it out if you haven't gotten one already. The dot sucks, but the damage is good, and it can come in every element. Pax West hype, Pax West hype, Zen. How you doing? Kevin. I've not seen very many non-chaotic items. I definitely feel like that change is in effect. Very nice. Cat, you are way too big to be doing this. He's a big boy. Unjoined Wonderlands these days came back to BL3. Hey, play what you enjoy at the end of the day. We had a really good hotfix today in Wonderlands. But if it's not your bag, it's not your bag, and that's okay. Kevin, no jumping on my desk. Okay, lay down. Lay down. Okay, are you gonna stay there when I move my hand? No. No desk. Unless I stop him now, he's gonna keep jumping onto my desk. Just the bathroom, what's in the vendors? Arcane Bolt, Last Gasp, and Barrel Maker. Hey Felicia, how you doing? Also, I got almost 25k crystals from that run. That was good. Hey Scott, how are you? You're obviously on Friday at 2. I don't know the particular times. Hephaestus, sorry, I haven't kept up. Resistant bad egg. I want a brimming one. Come on, game. Just give me a brimming one. It'll be fine. Hey, boom. Update notes are Quag Chad. It's such a good update. directly addressing a bunch of feedback that was given. People wanted more reason to do things outside of the chamber, and there you go. People wanted named enemy farming to be more incentivized. There you go. People wanted some of the chamber exclusive or world drop exclusive drops to be given other sources. There you go. People wanted non-chaotic gear to drop less. There you go. Like, a bunch of good changes in just a couple paragraphs. And this is the kind of week where you can highlight who actually, presents feedback in good faith and who simply can't be pleased. Just keep in mind. As for this week's featured run, I would say it's one of the harder ones they've done. Not particularly because of the enemy types or anything, but because there's so many enemies that resist lightning and poison in this run. So many. Love this change because I'm a Chaos tier snob. I barely look at volatile, so everything chaotic and below. Yeah, pretty much on 50, I'm reluctant to use anything below volatile. Why do you have 2 thralls? Why do I have 2 thralls? Why do I have 2 thralls? Did I never lose the one from Spirit Swarm? Testing a theory. I'd be so annoyed if I have to spec out of thralls on this. Still 2. I feel like it's just not removing the one from Swarm. Too much. Hey, my UI is still there. My buff bars. One extra isn't bad, just hope it's not another endless stack. Yeah, it doesn't seem to be stacking up additionally. Which is 1 is resistant. Let me wait for Dread Covenant to be back, and then I'll try that.
Sorry, Dad. Can't stay just yet.
We're gonna do Redmorn in a minute. I haven't done Redmorn 4 yet. That'll be next. Guess we'll do it on this build, if I've done Redmorn 3 on this save. I don't know if I have. Was the Blightgeist science? Oh yeah. Let me test this thing out first. Yeah, you can apply Worst Curse to yourself, but you can't apply Burnt Offering to yourself with Amnesia. That's funny. Okay, yeah. So, Spirit Swarm stack doesn't go away. Demi-Lich 1 does. Spirit Swarm 1 doesn't. That's what that test was. But yeah, Reaper Bones to keep Selective Amnesia constantly on, and that also gives us a Dark Magic bonus element, which we are applying not only to Spirit Swarm itself, but we are using that to get Dark Magic dots at all for Worst Curse, Dark Magic damage to restore our shields with Restore the Veil. And we're using 6 out of 3 amped up, 5 out of 3 Wraith Mail. Basically, we're keeping our shields full, our wards full, at basically all times, despite having Reaper always on, chipping away at our health and keeping that burn active on our wards. But that lets us do fun things like run Brimming. If we keep our wards full through amped up and the like, then we can restore 15% of our health per second, which helps keep our Reaper going, amusingly. So we're applying permanently on Amnesia and Reaper of Bones to what is essentially a gun dot build, is what this is. Boom. I've been testing out various melee things in this as well. Fish is kind of nice. Shark Lescent Ring with Fish on this is somewhat promising. Started re-listening to Muse's albums of Showbiz today. I want to classify their songs in terms of preference. Showbiz, the song itself, is still one of my favorites. Oh, another plus of this build, and why I've been enjoying showcasing it, is we have no, except for Wisdom, because, you know, dot build, we have no offensive hero points. And I'm using the background that gives me a massive dexterity penalty. So my crit chance is very low in general. I have 5.3% in the things that matter, which is just barely above base. And I have no real additional crit damage. We've just gone in on cooldown, status damage, and survivability. Also, the melee weapon I'm using changes very frequently, so not really gear dependent there. I'm using a purple, and I'm hunting for a bad egg with a part combination most people would probably not think to use. And I'm using a Scalawag that isn't even suited to this. It's just, is crossbolt gun, is shock, and I don't have to reload it. It's just not a very gear dependent spec thus far, but it's able to have a very good output. To 100%, Ice is such a joke. Yeah, Ice is one of those things where I wish they had made him like a true raid boss. And he's proof that having a single boss with Invincible in the name alone in a room does not make him a raid boss, because he's trivial. He doesn't do anything. He's just HP. Hey Ken, how you doing? Good to see you. Which is worse, Dex or Imelda? Imelda. Easily Imelda. Spirit Rune can also roll double braming if you ever feel like standing still. Ooh. That's tempting. That's really tempting. I'll look at Spirit Rune then. Check Redmorn? I'm gonna do that next, Pericles. After I'm done sorting through this loot pile. So we're looking for bad eggs and spirit runes. Because of the way Spirit Rune functions, that would be a separate instance entirely, right? So even more dot consistency? That's very tempting. Sounds like it'd function really well on Spirit Swarm, actually. Should make the Wonderland's Tower Defense Challenge. Hard to do, no movement against bosses. I'm always up for a challenge. Dexy, at least you have all the hammer like the environment, which I love so much. Yeah, and, you know, Dexy's hitboxes are not as much of a disaster as Imelda's. Also 0 recharge delay. Yeah. Allergies, excuse me. Okay, so we're looking for spirit runes and bad eggs. Which is a fun sentence. I don't really have much use for either of those these days, so it's nice to get to branch out. Primordial static charge. It tried. A transistor would also be okay here, because it would boost the dark magic damage pretty consistently. But I'm not really after it. Summary's out. This shit's getting longer every week. Thank you, Felicia. Good job as always. I'm positive. You could just watch IGN's most recent video on Gotham Knights. How's Wonderland treating you? It's treating me well. Really good hotfix today. Just about to go try the final form of the 4th DLC boss. So looking forward to that. And enjoying messing around with this new build with a multi-class combo that I was kind of underwhelmed by and trying to figure out. I think we figured it out. Hey, Snowspawn, how you doing? Master Rune's made a brief comeback with Blight Collar Totems. Yeah. Good buffer with that companion damage. Yeah, not a bad pick. Doing a prediction for Element? Nah.
It's a good night to face your fears, and the embodiment of everyone else's fears too.
Crab fact. The blood of horseshoe crabs is blue due to copper in their blood. Their blood is also very tasty in the form of Gatorade.
The monster in the mirror has many weapons. It shocks you into submission, burns you with false promises and half-truths, poisons you against your friends and allies. It freezes you inside the darkest parts of yourself, so that all you feel is alone, until someone comes along who warms your heart, and you finally feel like yourself again. While it may be that inner demons can never truly be defeated, it is everything to try.
So yeah, pretty much Redmorn is Vesper, is what that has been consistently implying. So people thinking we'd end up fighting Vesper, I guess you're not wrong. Lightning, fire, poison, cryo, how do I... She didn't mention dark magic. But the answer is going to be keep multiple elements around. Maybe in a gun build, this is a time for non-elemental. You get a non-LE sword explosion, you get a butter boom. Punch. Yeah, unequip your melee weapon and punch. I was worried that was going to destroy the cart. Since Season Pass 1 ends today with 4th phase and we have PAX tomorrow, I'd temper expectations there then. What I like to see? raid content outside of the chamber. Would be my preference there, I guess. But again, I'm just kind of happy with the content we've gotten, mostly. Imelda sucks, but other than that, there's nothing that I'm particularly dissatisfied with. Shoot a single non-elemental crossbolt and go to town with Barbalode? Yeah, that is an option. Just any crossbolt gun. Non-elemental, and you're good. Tootherator is a quest reward non-elemental crossbolt gun that applies 9 of them per shot that have long duration. Boom. Tootherator with any build in Barbalode. Consistently failing chaos runs. Now I've hit chaos 26 and don't know what the problem is. I feel like I shouldn't be failing so much. How in particular are you failing, Spuggy? Is it boss damage? Are enemies killing you? Are you unable to kill the bosses in a reasonable amount of time? Like, define failing here. There we go. I had to get a bigger swarm. Hey, Takato, how you doing? See a Scalawag? Yeah. You're doing this build? Reaper of Bones? Dots. And Barbalode. I can also go zoom zoom, because 6 out of 3 amped up. Good, just finished first day of my new job. Let's go. I feel like I'm doing no damage. For example, died on Waster just now. Couldn't even kill his little Spectral Aegis thing. Okay. What weapon were you attempting to do that with? This is why the Chaos Climb's important, in my humble opinion. Because you end up in situations like this where the game has a rare DPS check, and it's like, alright, you're gonna have to figure out how to do this for the later levels. And it's important. And more jobs, people? Yeah. How you doing, John? Is that a fish? Sure was. Oh, that's where that one is. Love fishing. So the patch notes saw reduced non-chaos hero drop rates. How does it translate in game? Whereas before you had a 49% chance of non-chaos tiered gear, that is now down to 29% chance. And that 20% they knocked off has been distributed among the other tiers. can't access that in here, but... No, should be using shock. Don't really have any good shock weapons, mainly using liquid cooling. Okay, liquid cooling is a weapon that's not going to do what you need it to do there. It is ammo intensive. It is not favorable element-wise. And the DPS is good, but not... This can take a boss on its own in any build level. You're going to want a bossing weapon for this scenario, is the big thing. Additionally, if you just want to deal with the bird instantly without really needing to force past it with DPS, you'll still need to DPS the boss itself, but any Stoker underbarrel, so like tasers, and any Fury or Chuck instantly one-shot the bird. Really, really wish they changed the mirrors. If you die, you reset in the room you were in. Yeah, a checkpoint system for the mirrors would be welcome. I don't think it's really necessary for it to be a one life. That's a valid request. She'll have 31 non-chaotic, so we have 69 of the rest of the gear. That'd be perfect. Part of the event or permanent. Hard to tell from their wording. I certainly hope it's permanent, though, Boo. Certainly hope so.
Seriously, though, how did they get the instrument in the egg? There are instruments in the eggs? How? I mean, wow, that's... wow. I guess in this realm, wyverns lay instruments? These are all bad eggs. Don't feel bad about breaking them. I really want an omelet now. Those wyverns sure know how to lay a beat down.
Em is so proud of me.
Did the wyverns eat the instrument? Or
RNG, why are you like this?
work isn't all it's cracked up to be, is it? Which is laid first, the egg or the wyvern?
I don't know which one I didn't hit. Gotta have a good day. Take it easy, Boom. Thanks for stopping by.
Wyverns. More like, why not die already, bird?
Been praying to RNG. Not enough, clearly. Notes read like it's part of the event, which lasts till end of October, but there's always precedence of them making event changes permanent. Yeah, hopefully, because this is just good stuff. Mainly new challenge run and world event. That's pretty reductive. There's a lot in there. The reduction of non-chaotic gear dropping is huge. What this also entails is an increase to drop rates of higher tiers, including Ascended, so you just get better gear drops now. Like, that's huge. That's huge. Additionally, multiple unique enemies out in the world were given drops they do not normally have. Drops that don't normally have dedicated sources other than, you know, Chaos Chamber. And they've been made tougher to give players a little more incentive to do stuff out in the world event, as you said. So that all covers a lot. Cat. Do not do it. If you play Mirror's co-op, if one person dies, they respawn at each room to revive. Huh, that's good to know. Imagine being in a co-op run, though, and dying in a Melda. Just have to sit and watch your friends suffer.
Now pull that switch and we should be good.
Wonder if the Obelisk and Dungeon bosses get an Elite Slider if this event ends. Slider's optimistic. Especially because that's a lot of enemies to apply that to, John. It's not just like, say, True Trials, where it's 6. It's a lot more than that. But who knows, maybe. Had to watch my friend fight the Maker solo. First time I did the Maker was with friends. It was a good time. It was me, Ramen, Joe, and Lazy. And none of us had done it before. Or watched it done. So it was just, it was enjoyable. Better your friend than you? Oof, that's cold. Understandable, but cold. I should watch my ammo a little bit better. Soaking enemies with that shock pistol? No, I'm soaking enemies with my fish.
Go and reap the rewards of your labor.
Alright, legendary in here. Delusion. Do I have a delusion on the save? I do. Still, you tried, game. That was kind. Use the fish for soaking.
My soul fire's here. I miss the heat. So much the heart.
Aw, Reaper ended. Still worked out. If fish wet and slap fish on enemy will wet too. That's just good life advice. Also, see how tanky we are? I just ate those attacks to the face and was like, ah, whatever. Mid. Okay, Redmorn 4. This is my first time. So I should probably expect that I need multiple elements of crossbolts ready. And I did not really appropriately prepare for that. So we're gonna see. We're gonna see how this goes.
The lost souls that Redmorns hoarded were freed, don't you think?
There was some pistol ammo in there, that's good. Redmorn the Triburn. Alright, you're immune to that. You are also immune to that. Not immune to whatever that was. Oh, okay then. Yeah. It's fine. Mid-morn. I love that boss though. New pair. Blinked, easy clap. Head seemed to only have one immunity, and immunity does not keep bolts from working. So one of the elements I was doing, it was not immune to. I didn't catch which it was immune to other than poison and lightning. So that was presumably my dark magic still working. Presumably. There we go. Let's roll the wheel. Hopefully we get the new item. Yeah, 9. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling good. A little bit of brain fog earlier today, but it's mostly worn off, and I'm all good now. And hi, Priz, how you doing? Do I have bank space? Alright, hang on, let me put some stuff away. I have 2.
Did I make the cosmos? The stars? Everything is borrowed. Dreams, time, even life itself.
Stonks. Double adaptive capacity. Nice. Triple adaptive might be fun. I've got to try that out. Get that advanced focus going. It's actually what I'm drinking today. I'd like them to make this enchant not worthless. Has the new gun yet? Not yet. Not yet. That's why we're at this this wheel right now. Divergent Stab-o-matic. I thought there was another one that dropped. No? Ah, Butterroom. That's what it was. Clear the floor. Hi, fan. How you doing? Good to see you. Drinking cotton candy energy. That's probably become my favorite out of the ones I've tried so far.
This mirror is like looking right at us. There's blood-curdling cold everywhere.
Poison Stabo Protagonizer. This keeps happening to me. But like... I have a vague use for that. Using Protagonizer to boost Geist in the Shell on a From the Shadows build. That's what that's useful for.
Did I make the cosmos? The stars? Everything is borrowed. Dreams, time, even life itself.
Just hit an Ascending Clawbringer Protag. Hey, that's at least, if you're really committing to that, Storm Smite lifestyle. That's what that's for. Yeah. You could at least have fun with that on, like, lower casters. Lightning Chance, Dark Magic Duration is good, but, only volatile. Here, Bubble Tea is supposed to be pretty good. I'll probably try that one next. I still got a lot of souls. There's a Spirit Rune. I'm brimming though. A double brimming Spirit Rune's probably going to be the what we end up settling on, but I do still want that bad egg.
Deliverer, philosopher, shepherd of lost souls. You do it all. From what I've seen, you like those a lot. Enjoy.
A weapon.
Hard 1-4 is good. You enjoyed it, Kirk? That's good.
Made more baddies with it than I could even imagine. Cosmetics from the cosmos. Cosmitos. Cosmostic. I'll work on it.
Could be blacker, but I can make it work.
Your confidence really carries the whole ensemble.
Save quit again, clear the floor. I keep going to take a sip, but I already drank all mine.
It's good to see you again. New challenges await if you're ready.
I should also look at purples. I'm looking out for crossbolt guns that are lightning. Just have good damage. Decent ammo efficiency. Hopefully not spending too much time reloading.
Spell it out for you.
I can call someone with this, I think.
Your talent, undoubtedly. And I don't say this to everyone. In a certain name.
Not fantastic wheel RNG today.
A fetch look for every fetch quest.
Could be blacker, but I can make it work.
really need to do inventory management. Living on one slot is so difficult. You aren't wheeling and dealing? Nope, just wheeling. There's no dealing. Oh, that was a pile. Hey, that's a new item. Sly Trivern. Cycle Bolt full auto cycles between 3 elements on reload. Tri-Bolt semi-auto fires 3 bolts, 1 of each element. So does that fire as a ×3? Cool. I like the sound. Yeah, it consumes 3 ammo. It's not leaving bolts. Is this a non-crossbow gun? Non-crossbow gun. Hmm. Now you can see there. It's 3. Interesting. Got back from a meeting. Was that? This is a new gun. The Sly Trivern from Phase 4 of Redmore. It's not a bad dot value, considering it's 3 elements. Hang on. If there's no damage penalty and firing 3 at once, this could apply 3 different dots with a 700 base for non-chaotic? That sounds really good. Like, really good? Like, 800 damage. At first, I wasn't really impressed. But that's 800 damage non-chaotic. Like, that's not chaos tiered. That's, certainly interesting. See what we can roll on it. Maybe mess around with it briefly. Is that 800 times 3? Yeah, like that's my question there. I'd like to know the exact functionality there, because if they're split off from... No, it says fires 3. But if they're offshoots of the original, then would having an extra projectile make you shoot 6? Or... Yeah. And also, is there any damage penalty for firing them all out at once? A few questions on the functionality of this. Unless it pellets, that's never gone wrong. Can look at the new cosmetics we got as well. Yeah, sure, I'll use that. Nose goes. Because it's on the nose. That's cool. Calling it RGB sniper. Understandable. It's an appropriate name. We'll do a quick boss run before we go. So I guess I'm keeping an eye out for higher casters with this one. It's not bad. Like... This is non-chaotic on C50. This is non-chaotic on C50. Hey Natas, how you doing? Good afternoon. What elements can we get on Calamity? You can get Frost, you can get Dark Magic, and you can get Fire. Sight is excessive. Yeah, Dahlia snipers, excuse me. They'd be like that. I'm waiting for my Reaper cooldown. I have a good feeling about this. There we go, there's the dot. Yeah, I have a pretty good feeling about this. Keep homing fireballs. Luckily, they're pretty easy to avoid. If they get you hurt a lot, well, I think you know the solution then. I personally think boss fights are a little bit pointless if they can't properly threaten you. And nothing else Vorkanar does is threatening. Pigwort. Pigwort's tougher than the raid bosses in this game. Unironically. Mostly because modifiers can make him, like, nightmarish. Like, imagine Pigwort that just heals and goes through his phases again. I'm trying to be stubborn, not use the Scalawag. But the Triburn's not great against this guy. Probably pretty interesting to play the angles. Ooh, yeah. Yeah, Triburn play the angles sounds like a good time. Crit Connoisseur is not a damage upgrade on this build. Which is funny. Too elite to skeet. Oh, it's not right. I mean, I suppose when you feel elite, you have to make sure you can still skeet, right? So that you're not too elite to skeet. Just for your health. Switch to reliable. Yeah, Triburn has some potential. I'm gonna favorite it. It's I'm enthusiastic about it. For now, though, I'm gonna go back to this. Now I want Pigwort to wear some baggy 90s pants. Nice one, Butter. Probably become immune. Neural. Spirit Swarm flew through a barrel, and it hurt me. It hurt me greatly. Oh, is that Pigwort again? That's Pigwort again. Wait, hang on. Spirit Swarm's got him. Good job, Spirit Swarm. I don't want to have to look at him again. No, that's Elite Pigwort. Oh, my mistake. I forgot to switch to Sticky again. There we go. What song is stuck in my head right now? Red Red Wine by UB40. I haven't actually heard the song in over a decade. Now it suddenly appeared in my head and it says... I do not know the song. I am, Lurk Wild, thanks for stream. Got some Critical Role to catch up on. You do the things, Buggy. I won't be going much longer. That was probably the last run, in fact. So we're gonna hit those loot bunnies and then find somewhere to go. But I appreciate you hanging out. Appears to act like Con in 3-shot mode that you need to have exactly the right ammo. Sorry if I said that already. I didn't know that. Thank you for the information, Jester. That's actually a big deal. So you need multiples of 3 for your ammo. With the Tri-Burn. I'll have to do some proper messing around with that. Those socks are fucking old. Not great luck for me today. On legendaries, anyway. It's not replacing 2 legit to quit in my brain. Nice try. Hey, that was 777 crystals. We gotta get a legendary in this one. There we go. We did get one. Not fantastic luck. Looks like I've got some testing to do. But anyway, I gotta pee, and I also have to end stream. Thank you guys so much for hanging out. I hope you enjoyed the Blightgeist sciencing. I'm definitely gonna be messing with this build. I'll probably be playing it more on stream tomorrow, hopefully in a more optimized state. Let's find somewhere to go. And one stream to start another. It do be like that. Let's see. Moxie's on. He's on early. Lazy's on. Bird and Epic are doing some Destiny. Pascaroni's on BL2. Cookie Muncher's doing some Dark Souls. Now let's go to Lazy. Lazy's stream schedule is a little more irregular now that he landed a job he was after, which happy for him. And I haven't gotten to catch as many of his streams as I want to, so you can't roast me for rating Lazy all the time now, because it's not consistent anymore. Haha. What are we gonna do for raid message? Any shit posts? Anyone got a raid friendly shit post? Oh well, it doesn't matter. We'll roast you anyways. I believe it. Looks like he's about to fight Redmorn on his caster build. But yeah, I'll see you guys over there. Thank you so much. Have a wonderful rest of your day. And yeah, I'll see you tomorrow. More Wonderlands. Bye-bye. Brain fog's coming back. Ah.